Alrighty, we're back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Welcome back to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta number 5. On the PlayStation version, the notoriously slow one, made even slower because apparently the PAL version just straight up runs slower, which I probably knew at some point, but then forgot again. Anyways. Welcome everybody. Welcome to you as well, Windbaker Zero Rules. Welcome to you, Racodactylus. Welcome to you, well, non-offensive username 3. Welcome to anybody else who might have joined us. And unfortunately, if there was somebody before Racodactylus Dance Party, my chat decided to tell me that something went wrong. It can't display the chat and I had to refresh. So anyways, welcome everybody anyways. If there's something that deserves to be quote-unquote improved, a creepy AI rendition of its Final Fantasy V PS1 opening cutscene. Upscaling this one? That would be weird. I mean, to be fair, I haven't really seen a whole lot of upscaled AI stuff. So I have no idea how that normally looks. I just don't really worry too much about it. Anyways, welcome back to Final Fantasy V. Let's just continue. I'm gonna start a timer so I don't forget about it. And we have arrived in World 3. We have not yet upgraded our characters to be a chemist, but we're kind of getting there. Let's put it this way. And the latest save is 8, 17, 35, 35. Probably this one then. You like the opening as is. It's an interesting attempt to make 3D models of Amano style art. Yeah, that's actually quite notable. It is adapting the Amano style rather than the in-game characters. Like, it actually only occurred to me a little bit later where I thought, oh yeah, this is Ferris. And then I like, wait, she doesn't have purple hair in that cutscene. Anyways, welcome everybody to Final Fantasy V. Let us actually get started into Mirage Village, where we can buy all sorts of useful things. I don't plan on getting everything, but I'm just gonna grab a bunch of things that are going to be extremely helpful one way or another. So, I will want to have reflex rings, 4 of them for Omegas. I will want to go ahead and defeat the, well, going to the Phoenix Tower for a little while for grinding those out. I don't actually plan on doing any of the extra stuff for World 3. I think we can just go, let's put it this way. I will probably want to grab a few turtle shells though. I'm among other things. I actually haven't quite figured out as to what exactly I would want to have, but let's go and sell the things that we can sell, that we don't need. We will actually need more ethos for a few things, and probably a bunch more stuff, let's put it that way. What else do I need? I have no idea. Double lance we don't need, Excalibur we can't use. The Air Lancet we might just keep. Poet caps, I think we have better stuff at this point. And we have enough money for 3 Hermes sandals. There's actually kind of a question whether I even want 3 Hermes, like all that many Hermes sandals, because we could just use different things instead. Since we do have time mages to haste ourselves. It's like the one time I'm considering not using Hermes sandals in this playthrough. Anyways, they're called winged shoes in this thing, apparently. Everybody will be able to drink the mixes to haste themselves, as long as I have the drinks anyways. You know what, I'm gonna just buy 2 of them. We're also gonna buy 2 Lamia's tiaras. They give plus 3 magic power, but importantly they also give us a minute to getting confused. Which tends to be a recurring problem, let's put it that way. So I'm gonna give you a Lamia's tiara and you as well. They also are much better magic power than the gold hairpin, but the gold hairpin's mana or MP reduction is just way too nice to not use in my opinion. Then, do I need any extras? I guess we could just stock up on black ropes. I don't think we're gonna get a much better armor on the characters, so this is probably what we'll be running with on everybody either way. Yeah, I think these are just basically strictly better than the luminous ropes we have so far. Then who do we give the other stuff to? Winged shoes, I guess, for Ferris, and probably also for Kryl in this case, because both of these characters do have the hair ornament, or well, gold hairpin in order to reduce MP cost. So I think we could look to buy some of the time magic that we might not have picked up along the way, like the speed song, but there's just no reason to grab this thing. The speed song is a weird spell because what it does, it effectively changes your battle speed to a number between 3 and 4. Like, it literally changes this battle speed to a number between 3 and 4. If you have it on 6, it slows it down. Speeds it up, excuse me. If you have it on 1, it speeds it up. It's really weird. Hello, welcome to Notorious. Hope you're doing well today. We could also theoretically buy 2 time magic spells from the hidden shop here, if I'm not mistaken. One of them is Quick, which we absolutely would like to have, because this allows us to get 2 actions in 1 turn after casting the spell. So it effectively doubles our stuff. It's very expensive to cast, so use with care, but it is very powerful in its own right. X-Zone, on the other hand, is a time magic version of instant death that targets whether the enemy is flagged as heavy or not, rather than anything else. Which is peculiar, because we could just use Doom Claw or Death Claw in order to achieve a very similar effect. It also doesn't have particularly good accuracy, if I'm not mistaken, so it doesn't tend to be a particularly helpful spell. Like, it is usable, but I kind of think we can easily just worry about using Doomclaw, or maybe even Demi 2 as this game calls it. Also Garaviga is its other name. Sir, I need you to go out of the way. Sometimes he just moves to the left, other times he just refuses. In this game, he just refused. That's alright. Anyways, we don't need to play the piano, but since we are going to go to the Phoenix Tower, we're just gonna head over here. And our Chocobo friend. He's just running around here. Alrighty. We need a Chocobo friend because he is effectively the one that enables us to get over to the Phoenix Tower. Because normally the Phoenix Tower is, well, in the middle of a desert, basically. And you cannot land an airship in the desert or in the forest. But you can land a Chocobo in the forest, which allows us to just go through here anyways. So, we're gonna go to the southwest corner of this place. So a speed spell on 3 or 4 does nothing but use MP, pretty much, yes. I believe these guys are not even flagged as heavy, so we could technically weaken his land crawl and defeat it that way. But it's fine. Wait, is this the version of the game where Fairies has a pirate accent? Yes, it is. And she doesn't lose it throughout the entire game. Oh my god, the lag. Yes, welcome to my experience. Thankfully we have a very strong team, so it still didn't take me, I guess, that long to get through it so far. But yes, it is. I think like 14 or 15 seconds of intro and outro battle animation by itself. On top of that, it is the PAL version, so it's even slower because it runs at 50 FPS. And game developers back then didn't disconnect their gameplay from the frame rate, so it just straight up runs slower. Oh no, the 2-step encounter is here. I guess that's good for nice encounter density afterwards. Those worms are leggy landlubbers. Maybe swap the deck, we got a lag to screw up. You wish we could scrub the lag, but that's not how this game works. Anyways, we equipped the Thief Knife. Thief Knife is called the Thief Knife in this version. It has a 1 in 3 chance to attack and try to steal at the same time. Unfortunately, the enemies we're gonna face in here actually do like to counterattack with various abilities and spells. But basically, we just hope they don't do that. I should have actually bought extra Lamia's Tiara, because the immunity confusion is actually quite relevant in here. I just forgot to do that. Anyways, we're looking for, I think, the weird lady in the red cocoon, or whatever you want to call that thing. I actually have no idea what this is supposed to display. But I think her common steel, which is right here, is... Good song. Her common steel, I think, is a reflect ring, if I'm not mistaken. Steal. They didn't steal. Well, it's only 1 in 3 chance. Then I'm gonna cast Stop Stone on you. I actually don't remember if these guys are flagged as heavy in the code or not. Let's see if we can demi to them. Because if they're not heavy, that means the Stop spell actually will last a long time. They might also have some decent magic evasion, so I don't know if that's why it didn't land. Oh yeah, actually. She just happened to evade the attack. Actually, I shouldn't do this on this one, now I think about it. Come on, steal. Couldn't steal. Because that one now has low HP. I don't really care to steal from the other one in the back for what it's worth. So we can knock that one out sooner rather than later. She has a rainbow dress as a common steal, if I'm not mistaken. What do you want to do? I don't know what you want to do. What level are these guys anyways? They're called Disabler and Serpentina. I suppose that's a fair description. I'm actually surprised this one didn't go down yet. Kind of expected the dagger damage to be too much in conjunction with the other thing. Toad Song, you know what? I'm actually fine with this because this means Kryle deals less damage and the Toad can still try to steal things. And oh, she counterattacks getting attacked. She doesn't counterattack the steal command. Also, difference between Pixel Remaster and this version, using the Toad Song on a Toad does not actually untoad the character. Which it does, in other words. Hug, I believe, is petrification, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's very unpleasant. Anyways, I think it's time to try and stop spell her again. She should have, like, level 1 by now. Oh wow, still magic evasion, though. Because of the old status effect that I applied to her. Kryle now has sea legs. At least water adjacent, I guess. Stop. So she can no longer counterattack. Mug! Goodness steal. Come on, Kryle. We need these things. Mug. There we go. We got one wall ring out of the deal. And now we just need 3 more. Also, of course, the battle victory. Instead of saying victory, it says yes. Alright. We're just gonna keep Kryle as a frog, that way she doesn't deal damage, so she doesn't accidentally knock out enemies, and we can prepare them for a KO beforehand. I think that is a pretty reasonable way of doing things. Okay, let's cast stop spell on you. Mug. Goodness deal. By the way, you cannot run away from the enemies in here. It just straight up doesn't work. Because they don't allow you to flee. So consequently, I actually have to defeat these enemies here. Oh. Well, turns out. We already defeated them. So Demi 2, Demi 2. You know what, actually, instead of Demi 2, I could just straight up use Arrow 3. It's a bit costly in terms of MP cost, but we are right at the entrance. We can just go outside and use a tent or a cottage. And it doesn't have the problem about chance to hit. Then again, it doesn't seem like a chance to hit on these is particularly bad. I guess I should have auto-targeted. From the Serpentina here, we can steal a rainbow dress, or whatever it's called in this version. Couldn't steal, alright. So 40% chance to try, oops, wrong spell. It's a no, brain. It's a 40% chance to try and steal whenever we successfully get the mug command to activate. Also reverse polarity as a counterattack, that's alright. Hey, yes, Grunt, welcome to you as well. Hope you're doing well. Also, as usual, potions are in fact high potions. I'll need so much more money in the late stages of the game in order to get through things. I'm actually considering just going to the island shrine to grab all of the money in there while knocking out encounters along the way. I feel like that would be actually quite reasonable. No petrification for you. We're not actually immune to it, she just happens to miss it. I guess it might not be particularly accurate. Anyways, Demi 2 on you. And if it lands, we come at you. That should knock you out. Again, this is 7/8 of the enemy's HP in damage whenever Graviga, or, well, also known as Demi-2, ends up landing. So they don't have much HP remaining. But apparently enough to survive a low-roll meteor. Or comet, excuse me. Alright, come on, steal. Steel trial. You can do it. Come on, Trial. I believe in you. Luck. Couldn't steal. Also, I guess kind of like before, we could just set up for the kill afterwards. Might as well. Right. Steal. There we go, got the wall ring, number 3. And she used 4. This is just poison, so it's not a big deal. Hero 3 should be guaranteed knockout anyways. Oh yeah, you don't have the air knife equipped, but that's okay. Hey, we even gained some levels along the way. Isn't that nice? Kinda reminds me, outside of the desert, I wonder if the Aqua Rake actually still works really well against those desert type enemies. I have to admit, I don't think I've ever really tried. Or at least I don't remember trying, so maybe we could Aqua Rake the enemies outside. Oh yeah, right. Now I remember why I've opened up the menu. Because we got poisoned. We will actually need a lot of curative items just for various chemist mixes. Although I don't remember which ones we need the most. I guess we'll see. Alrighty, and we are already here. Time magic, stop on you. Just so you can't counterattack whenever we try to steal. And unfortunately, frogs cannot cast spells, so it didn't work. Bit inconvenient. Maintenance gears. So we're gonna have you cast stop instead. And you tried... Again, I think it's fine to just nuke her with Aero 3s instead. Nice, that hit. Because she shouldn't survive... Oh, right, you also don't have the air knife equipped. Whoa. That's most of Lena's HP gone. I thought we would deal a bit more damage than that. Maybe with 2 air knife attacks it would be enough, but I think like this it's not going to be. Or air lancet it's called in this version. Alright, gonna give Lena, or well, Reina. Oh, she has the air lancet equipped, alright. And... oh, right, that's why you had a fire rod equipped, that's fair. So you get the air lancet back. And kinda like before, we can just prepare knocking this one out. For when we eventually get the steel. Notably, this enemy does have a rare steel, which I don't remember what it is, but it's not useful to us in terms of, well, we want the wall rings, but I think all of the items you steal from enemies in here actually sell for a rather substantial amount, which is potentially quite helpful. Okay, we also no longer stopped, so we need to stop you again. Potion being the high potion is confusing. It is. I did already use a high potion by accident when I thought it was just the regular potions. Come on, mugger. Come on, Kral, mugger. I think we need to cast stop again. Stop is not usually a status effect I use particularly much, because, well, There's not a whole lot of ways to inflict it, is the catch. Even though a lot of enemies tend to be susceptible to it, usually just taking them down for good with other spells is more desirable. But of course, if you're trying to steal and basically just disable an enemy for a while, then it's actually pretty decent. I think the Bard's stop song is like, might be the only other way to inflict stop. I might be forgetting something. Come on. Calm is a way to inflict stop. I thought that was paralysis. Not stop. Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right. Her rare steals are ribbon, because this is a Dancer Gear dungeon as well. Oh, that's interesting. I actually didn't know you could get more than 4 ribbons in your playthrough. But yeah, you're right, actually. The Beastmaster Calm spell doesn't inflict stop. In my head, it's always paralysis, but it's the whip that inflicts paralysis. Which is different. Actually, is it paralysis? Are the whips inflicting stop too? Because technically they are using the calm command, aren't they? Anyways, we have 4 wall rings now, that's all we need. So let's get out of here. And, convenient enough, Lena just leveled up to learn Time Mage level 6. So I think we are ready to evolve into our next form at this point. I don't see myself using the Geomancer much, but... So, as mentioned before, this is a Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta. For Job Fiesta is basically a challenge run where we are randomly assigned a selection of jobs that we have to place with the game with. This is a bit of a side grade variant of the challenge where instead of having one of each of the jobs represented in our party, we need to always, whenever we quote-unquote upgrade to the next one, have everybody be that next job in a given point. However, I can upgrade whenever I want, and now is the time when I want to upgrade. We just learned the Time Mage abilities, which means I have all the abilities that I will want to have. So we're gonna upgrade to Geomancer. Technically, if you were like that, you could just say, oh, just skip Geomancer entirely, because Geomancer is not particularly good. The thing is, learning the terrain ability, or Gaia, or whatever it's called in this version, maybe it will have some uses. I don't actually know of any uses of it right now, to be completely honest with you. But I figured it's a pretty quick process to get the terrain ability on everybody, so I'm just gonna briefly do that, and that also tends to be like the main important factor as to why you may want to have Geomancers to begin with. So I'm just gonna learn the Gaia ability, or terrain, or whatever this version calls it. And we're gonna do just a short little grind somewhere. Maybe right here in the desert, who knows. Anyways, hair ornament for you, and you have less defense, so the automatic equipment doesn't equip the gold hairpins, as they're called in other versions. I guess notably, the Geomancers do have a bit more maximum HP to work with compared to our Time Mages, so I guess that's a plus. Alrighty, and we need 25 ability points on our Geomancers to learn the terrain. So terrain is an ability that just randomly calls forth an effect from the area you're in. In this case, we're in the desert, so we have the ability to call in forth a dust storm or a bunch of other similarly may or may not be useful things. However, we have blue magic too, so we can just use that to eliminate enemies reasonably efficiently. I was hoping these enemies were weak to Aqua Rig, because the early game desert enemies are. But these guys appear to be different, so I guess we can just use Arrow 3 or Arrow Ga in order to knock them out instead. As you can see, Arrow 3 does just more damage. So yeah, we upgrade into a Geomancer. The thing about the terrain ability is, it's kind of nice to just slap it onto any random other job you might have, because you learn it pretty quickly, and a lot of terrain abilities or effects can be quite useful. But it's also notoriously unreliable. For one, it just randomly calls one of the terrain ability. You don't actually have any influence on which one it is, unless you decide to just straight up not level up. Somebody's gonna die. Yeah, this is gonna be how it is. You know, I just realized I don't actually have a way to run away reliably anymore, because we don't have a time mage in our team. Oh well. Back attack doesn't help our case, but that's okay. Pick you up. And this thing has 9 HP or less remaining, so just a simple swing, even from a weak class like the Geomancer, will just do the trick. And hey, yet here. Indeed, we have a party ready for bed. Welcome to you as well, Humberto Montes. Good morning. I'm just gonna write it in chat, because maybe this time you see it. Because it's written slightly different. Anyways, good morning, I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're out of the desert, and I think I'm just gonna go into the island shrine. We should have a decent way of getting a bunch of extra experience and also money in there. I actually don't care about getting the legendary weapons out of it, because we can't really use most of them. Technically the bell is one thing that we can use right now, but it's also unfortunately not a particularly good weapon. And I guess my combat prowess doesn't really change. However, actually what I will want to do is I'm going to put the time magic ability onto Lena instead here. Because in case I do want to run away, it would be nice if we actually had a reliable way of doing so, since in the island shrine you can occasionally run into a big red bird called the Tot Avis. Nothing has 30,000 HP, doesn't give any experience, and it's basically just generally a pain to take out. So I would prefer to, you know, make it easier against that. Oh, why did I think I could just land anywhere? I still have the bird instead of the airship. When you play this game casually, what jobs do you usually level up? I have to admit I've never actually played this game without a full Job Fiesta or a challenge rule setting. So I have no idea. I guess actually the closest I came to playing this game normally was when we did one of the Final Fantasy Fiestas with BGG and Seven Sins, where the rule was Game Boy Advance extra dungeon and never running away were the extra added challenges. So I think what I did there is I initially leveled up Knight to get two-handed, so I would be able to knock out enemies reasonably efficiently-ish early on, until we got Ninja, and then just destroyed everything with Ninja, leveling a bit of Summoner along the way, so we would have extra magic power on the ninjas. And then beyond that, I have to admit I don't really remember much about it. You should do a fully boosted Pixel Remaster playthrough of it. Should I? That would be weird. Using the boosts. The thing is, I don't really care about 100%ing stuff, and I don't like the Pixel Remaster enough to do that in that version, to be completely frank with you. Like, it's a 5 version, I just prefer the other ones. Alrighty, time slip that guy and then just knock out the other one. He has 5000 HP, and we should be able to knock them out reasonably easily. Sonic Boom would be percentage-based damage. It's actually technically really good. The main problem is that, well, this enemy is flagged as heavy and the code just doesn't work. Case in point as to why Guy is not a terribly reliable ability in a lot of cases. So for this we just have blue magic instead. And they're gone. Yes! Of course it's yes. Alrighty, I don't actually want the tablet at the end of the dungeon, which is kind of funny. I don't care about going into the other dungeons either. I'm just going to go in here to grind a few extra levels and also get the money out of everything plus the elixirs too. So that's going to be my main objective while running through this place. We could learn level 3 flare from these guys, I think. I just don't generally think we have much of a reason to use that. Because Aero 3 is just fine with its power. Level 4 water. How inconvenient. Rita's level is divided by 4. I wonder if these guys use anything else. They're also called druids in this version. They're called executors in other versions, which I suppose is a fine name. Alrighty, everybody learns Earth. Calling it Earth instead of Gaia is probably not quite accurate, because it technically is referring to Earth as in like nature rather than Earth as in ground. Anyways, we have learned the Geomancer's ability that I care about. Another ability that would be maybe interesting is like avoid floor damage, but we literally have the Time Mage ability for float, so we don't need it. So it's time to upgrade to our final form. And that final form takes the form of Chemist. Chemist is most notably not quite as strong in terms of straight up spell attack power compared to the other classes. It's more of a very, very, very powerful support kind of character, but that's kind of exactly what we already have anyways. And it complements blue magic and time magic actually kind of well. Its innate ability is called Drink, which is a bit strange, I will say, I will admit. But that's alright. Anyways, we're gonna continue using the Air Lancet on everybody. So let's continue just turning everybody into Chemist. Once again, this is an upgrade run, so instead of having one representative of each of the job classes in the team, we just have everybody be whichever class we currently have upgraded into. And in this case, the final upgrade is in fact Chemist, and we're gonna be 4 Chemists for the rest of the game at this stage. I actually, if I could choose, I would be Blue Mage at the end of this stage, because Blue Magic's innate. Well, Blue Magic is just really nice. I don't have to worry about learning abilities separately, because we can just grab them more or less immediately. And Well, actually, that's kind of mostly it, isn't it? That's the entire thing I was trying to say. Also a passive ability of the chemist that I think is often overlooked because the mixability that you can learn from a chemist is just so insanely strong, is the ability to get double recovery from items. So a potion, high potion I guess, heals for 1000 HP instead of the usual 100, which is really nice. Everything becomes powerful when you mix yourself level ups. Yes, I think that's a fair assessment. Are any of these enemies here like level 5 doomable anyways? Because I have no idea. Just in time for math ascendancy. Maybe. Alright, these things are level 43 apparently, so not really. So we choose blue magic, hero freedom. I'm curious. Yeah, okay. The executors would have level 3 flare on the second turn if we wanted to learn that. I mean, maybe it has some interesting applications later down the road. Maybe, maybe not. Yes, indeed. Is Lena still level 24? Yes, she is. I suppose we could learn it, just in case. You know what? I think that's a fair point. Let's learn. Level 3 flare, because it is a really strong spell. It does only affect enemies that have a level divisible by 3, but maybe there's more of these than I give it credit for. Hey look! The perfect encounter. Except for the part where I forgot that they also have level 5 doom. That's a little bit inconvenient, not gonna lie. There we go, level 3 flare. This guy is really out for blood, holy moly. Okay, and now he could level 5 doom me again. And I don't think I can defeat him in one turn. So my only real option is to revive Lena here. So we're not both gonna go down at the same time, I suppose. Can I Doom Claw here, hopefully? No. Level 4 quarter, that's perfectly fine. Alright, we just learned level 3 flare. But we also need to defeat this guy too. And we should be fine now that we have two characters able to act. So blue magic, arrow 3. I should have just arrow 3 beforehand. This might actually just one-shot him. It does not. Alrighty. Well. I suppose this would have been a problem either way, huh? But we did learn level 3 flare. You cannot escape death by oops. Maybe. Good thing we didn't have everybody be level 5. Doomable. Doomable. That's so rude. Oh well. I guess we're alive? I suppose? Anyways, equip wall ring on you, equip the wall ring on you. This way, if we get into another one of these back attacks, they actually will not be able to knock us out because wall ring can reflect those spells. So we should be fine. How close are they to 26? Probably close enough. We should knock out the enemies before they get a turn. Unless we get a back attack. Let's go through first so we get to the safe point. Then we go back for the money and the elixir. The chest on the left contains a rising sun item. I never remember what the enemy in there does, because I guess I never really bothered to fight them or analyze them, so it's like a weird kind of mini-boss, which is one of two potential mini-bosses. They are only specifically in that chest over there too, so it's weird that they would have two different enemies and no way for you to see both of them in one playthrough unless you save, fight one, reset, and then happen to fight the other one. Alrighty. Hero 3. Hero 3. I guess the nice thing is also that we are immune to confusion thanks to reflex rings too. We just don't quite deal enough damage to these guys though. I forgot to give Lena blue magic again. Keep in mind, the only reason I didn't run away from the previous level 5 Doom guy, called Druids in this version, was because I actually still wanted the level 3 flare out of it, so I was actually willing to fight it up because of that. These things are called the Red Harpy. You know what? Probably much better name for them than what the fan translations tried to call them, because they didn't know that they were supposed to be rare birds. Oiseaux rare. We learned medicine. Medicine is the thing that enables you to heal double with items, which is our innate passive anyways, so there's no reason to equip it. Anyways, I wanted to switch Lena's ability. I was actually gonna do this just after stepping in front of the chest, and then I got another encounter just before that, which was mildly unexpected. Anyways, maybe I should give you... No, Wolverine is fine. Bone mail is what I was trying to say. Okay, this enemy in here could be a bit sketchy for us to take down. Maybe I should have time mage as an ability on somebody now I think about it. You know, chicken knife gives you extra speed, so sure, you get that one. Why not? And protect ring, sure. Monsters! So this is either prototype, which is a World 1 enemy, or a machine head, which is a World 3. We got the prototype, pyramid enemy. I actually prefer the other one because that pyramid enemy is much easier to take down. This one, I actually have no idea whether they are weak to anything particular that I can attack it with. Let's see, this thing is level 23. We halved that, it's 11 because 11.5 rounded down. If we halve that again, it would be 5. However, they do have... Oh, they have 0 magic evasion. So... 5,000 HP. They do have 100 defense and 100 magic defense. That's a lot of defenses. So, I suppose... maybe the easiest way to take care of them would in fact be... to black shock them or dark shock them. We need to land 2 of them. Was it? That's level 11 now. And this should be level 5. Which means now they are level 5. And notably 5 is in fact divisible by 5. Shocking right now. And because enemies, or level 5 Doom just doesn't care whether enemy is immune to instant death or not, it just knocks it up. I actually didn't realize they had 0 magic evasion. So I suppose status effects is a way to take care of them. Let's see, they're immune to instant death, normally anyways, toad, mini, poison, aging, sleep, paralyze, charm, stop. Also not the dark matter, they are guaranteed to drop dark matters. Make it a protect ring. This one is very nice because I think it sells for 15,000 gold if I'm not mistaken. You know what? Keep the bone mail on you. I just need to remember you have it. That way we have at least one person immune to instant death. And I guess there's a beast killer whip in the next room that we can pick up. But that's pretty much it for items I care to grab in here. Any of you level 3 flareable? Probably not. I'm just gonna check by using level 3 flare and see if anything gets hit by it. No. We're also running low on MP and trial. So that's a thing. They should be dead anyways. What is your favorite Final Fantasy V version? The Super Nintendo, PS1, GBA, Pixel Remaster? I think my favorite version is probably Game Boy Advance. Super Nintendo being right behind it though. I actually prefer the visuals of the Super Nintendo version because everything's just a bit larger, which I think is quite nice. It's the last Era 3 for Cryle. She's out of MP now. This is where I would actually like to have transfusion on my characters. Where can I get transfusion in World 3? Does anybody know that? Use it as a Final Fantasy V Advance one because it has the post-game to the Sealed Temple. Sealed Temple is pretty tough, even the super bosses too. You should use Sealed Temple on Final Fantasy V Advance someday. Yada. Again, it's with a G, not Yada, it's Yaga. It's the last time I'm gonna say that though. Afterwards I'll just assume that you're just doing it intentional or not worried about correcting the autocorrect. Either way. I've only done the Final Fantasy Advance dungeon once. And I think it was fine, I guess. I feel like it would have been a lot more interesting if I didn't already know as much about the game. Because it ended up just being more of a slog to get through because, well, I kept going the wrong way and the encounter rate in some areas is really, really high. I suppose it didn't help that I was also bound to not run away from encounters at the time. Admittedly, I don't know if there's a bunch of stuff down there where you literally cannot run away from them anyways, because I never tried to run away, since, well, it wasn't an option for my playthrough at the time. Ether. Kind of trying to think whether the other dungeons might have a bunch of money too. This is the most boring encounter. It is 2 enemies. And they all take just 3 Aero 3s instead of the usual 2 that I'm hoping for. Usually anyways, unless we get high rolls. Which means we just need one extra turn, and Krell is going to lose all the MP because of it. Alright, we're gonna go grab the Beast Killer Whip. I think this one sells only for like 5,000 gold, but I mean it gives us a few extra encounters along the way, so that's fine. So we could continue. There's just a sealed thing at the end. The boss is not particularly difficult for this team. Also, I just realized I didn't actually... Well, I have time mages, I didn't have to walk outside. There was actually no reason for me to not grab the money along the way. Well, outside of being worried about back attacks of the guys just nuking our entire team with level 5 Doom. But that's a different topic, I suppose. So, I do actually want all the elixirs because I think Giant's Mix to double your max HP is using an elixir in the mix. Maybe other stuff too that I'm not aware of. Plus, of course, recovering our MP in the end game would be quite helpful. Right, elixir required. And aside from that, I think we just leave now. Alright. Nobody has time magic equipped. It's fine, I'm just gonna walk outside. Get some extra experience and money along the way. Hello, welcome new weapon. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you, good luck. There's also 2 chests in here. I guess one of them contains an ether, was it? Should have picked up that one. So I will need to buy a few for a bunch of mixes. It's okay. Alrighty, let's go ahead and buy supplies, shall we? In hindsight, I should have done that in World 1, when we had the shop with half prices. But it's too late now. Well, I think I mostly need holy waters too, don't I? So let me actually think. Holy waters, I believe, are used for Samson power. What else? Eye drops, ethers. I don't think we need any more Hermes sandals. Very good. Do I need a bunch of high potions though? Or like potions? As in, should I just stock up on these? I mean, I guess it's not a bad idea. We have 20 Phoenix Stones. I think that's gonna be enough. So what can we do? Well, first of all, can I buy chemist mixes in here somewhere? Do you sell them? Oh, you can buy giant strings. I thought you couldn't. Okay, sure. So this is for the final boss. This is for Necrophobe, Azulmagia. We don't need anything for Catastrophe. Just a few. These double your maximum HP. Can also get us a bunch of speed drinks for haste. We actually want to have some of these, mostly for Omega. That's the plan. Hard body is protect, but we will have mighty guard soon enough. Hero drink increases your level technically, but this, I think this doesn't work. Or no, the power drink doesn't work in a Super Nintendo version. Supposed to increase your strength. Hero drink, I think it does work now I think about it. But we could also just do the hero mixes for plus 10 levels with Samson power. Ultra plus 20 level with Dragon Fangs. Let me just double check real quick. We will need a few more turtle shells for split shell, because I will want to use this on Omega mostly. Probably also a few for Shinryu. Probably a good choice. Thinking about it, do I have a good matchup into Shinryu? Not really. Hold up. Can I defeat Shinryu? With minimal resources anyways. Like, yes, I can defeat Shinryu. It's just mostly a question as to how much would I need to invest for this. I mean, I guess we could buy hero drinks, but I think holy water just makes more sense. We have 46 already. These are used for plus 10 levels in conjunction with antidotes. Let's go up to 60 of these. We will need a few ethers for immunities to stuff. Let's see, I think ether plus Phoenix Down was fire immunity. No, eye drop on ether was fire immunity. Thunder Ice Absorb is Phoenix Downs. Instant Death immunity is Phoenix Down and Revivify, which is holy water. Actually, what do we need the ether for then? Let's see one ether recipe that seems to be relevant for now. My list is not particularly good. There's an X potion for a full heal, I guess. Let's buy a few just in case. And then the rest we go into other consumables. Alrighty. Maiden's Kiss and Turtle Shell, I believe, is Training Kiss, which is insanely strong, just damage as well as straight up healing back. Antidotes are the ones we want to use probably the most, because these mix with various useful things, including plus levels. Eye drops. We also want a bunch, and now we are basically out of money. Let's sell things that we can sell, hopefully. We don't need the silver armband anymore. I literally can't equip the elemental rods anymore anyways, so let's just sell these. Should have broken them on next step or something for reliable good damage. Actually, I'm pretty sure Aero 3 was stronger anyways, so I guess I should have used them before that then. We don't need the Mage Masters anymore. We cannot equip ribbons. We keep the wall rings. We sell the protect rings. This one. Elf cloak, maybe. 7,500 gold for the Beast Killer Whip, so probably was worth going out of my way for it. Alright. Then let's buy eye drops, that's 70. 70 of each is sufficient. Do we need softs? I don't think you can actually mix softs with anything. So I'm just gonna buy enough for regular consumption, I guess. Cornucopia procures mini. I don't think you can mix with this, so I'm not gonna worry about it. So yeah, Maiden's Kiss, let's buy up to 70 as well. Antidote we have 80, it's definitely gonna be enough, right? 10 more Phoenix Stones, or actual Revival too, I guess. And then I suppose that's largely everything we need. Yep, just stock up on antidotes. Then the rest goes into Phoenix Stones. Alright. Just trying to think whether there's a good way for me to take down Shinryu. Shinryu, what level are you? You're level 97, right? Shinryu. I don't know why I remember him being level 97, but he is. He also has 95% magic evasion. So unless Split Shell reduces his magic evasion, we're not going to land things. Is there a mix that inflicts darkness? Is there a dark mix? Let me actually get a better list here. Final Fantasy 5 chemist mix. Dark matter plus eye drops. That sounds about right. I wonder whether I believe, and I could be mistaken, I believe that is, however, subject to chance to hit. Right? Let's see. Eye drops plus dark matter. Yeah, attempts to inflict darkness. I think this is basically. I don't think we can reliably blind Shinryu, can we? Dragonfang plus eye drops. I think it is dark matter plus eye drops because I feel like, if I remember correctly, effectively like. Eye drops tend to invert the relationship of the curative items, so it inflicts the status instead. Like dark matter plus antidote should be poison. At least I think it is. Anyways, let's buy a few more hero drinks. A few more speed drinks, just in case we get knocked out, because we probably will. Power drink does nothing. A few more giant drinks. I mean, I might as well just use these everywhere now. Dark Sai always hits. Mix eye drop plus Dragonfang. It does. Dragonfang. Phoenix Stone. No. Maiden's Kiss. Oh yeah, Dark Sai. Attempts to inflict darkness, confusion, sap status. For each of those three status, if the target is not immune, it cannot invade being inflicted with that status. Oh wow, thank you. No, Gemstar was absolutely correct. Thank you for correcting me. Also thank you as well, Komaru. Well, that's interesting. I always thought dark matter was the beyond on dildo, but apparently Dragonfangs is what we want for inflicting blind then. So, how many Dragonfangs do I have? We have 4. So 1 for the physical part of the final boss, 1 for Shinryu. Well, I guess we can use some extras. Do we need Dragonfang for other stuff? Probably, right? We could use Dragonfang for becoming heavy. Dragonfang plus Elixir would be the giant string, but since we can just... I didn't realize we could buy giant strings, so that is not a concern anymore. Dragonfang plus High Potion is Dragon Power. This plus 20 levels. For damage computation purposes, the level is capped at 99. Oh, interesting. Actually, I was not aware of that. Dragon Shield has Fire, Ice, and Lightning elemental damage. Dragon Fang. Then we have Dragon Armor. Gives us Protect, Shell, Reflect, and Regeneration on a single target. I didn't remember that being a thing. I thought it was something with Total Shell if you used that. Huh. So many really good mixes that I just don't remember. I don't usually use Chemist because it is just kind of the kind of job class that is extremely overpowering. Because as soon as you have the ability to do anything with this class, you just farm for a bunch of ingredients and then just win. That tends to be how that goes. Dragonfang plus Dark Matter. It's basically Revenge Attack. Poison Breath. Holy Breath. I guess that appears to be mostly it. So I guess I just want Dragonfangs for inflicting blind then. You could just say don't grind ingredients, but then you're not using the class to its fullest potential. Yes, that is accurate. You could just say don't worry about grinding out ingredients. But that just feels wrong to me. Like, I have job fair chemists away in the past just because I felt like it would overshadow the other job classes that we already had at the time. Job fair being the concept of getting a different job class that you would like to have instead. That reminds me. Something else completely different, sorry. Completely irrelevant to this game right now, so don't worry about it. Anyways, turtles here, guaranteed drop turtle shells. So we're gonna run around here. I think this is the same encounter you get around the Karnak meteor in World 1, if I'm not mistaken. So we can occasionally get like double turtles. Yes, well, we don't have Mighty Guard yet. Also, apparently I walked slightly too far to the right here. It looks like this is a different enemy encounter set. I want to be further left. These red mage thingies actually can inflict us with Moon Flute, which I think is kind of amusing. Moon Flute is a blue magic that we could learn that berserks our entire party. It always targets our party rather than anything else. So, what is Split Shell again? Split Shell is Turtle Shell plus Antidote. Sets the target's defense to defense divided by 2. Magic defense divided by 2. Stacks with itself and off guard. Right, but I don't think it changes accuracy, does it? Okay, not what we're looking for, so we run away. I mean, the zoo would have a rare drop chance for elixirs, but it only in one-shot them. Wait, no, we should one-shot them with an air knife equipped. The only mercy X-Def can be grateful for is that you don't have a physical outlet for all of your buffs. I mean, the spell variant tends to be stronger anyways, I would argue. So yeah, how many total shells would I want even anyways? We don't need that many. Mostly for Omega and Shinryu, and that's it actually. I don't think I care about most other parts. What I will want to do is I want to get enough materials for Fire Absorb, Thunder Absorb, Ice Absorb. We can't get immunity to petrification, can we? It's like the one weakness of a chemist. Delta attack. Does Delta attack cost MP? Yes, actually it costs a 30 MP. So we could theoretically run the magic part out of MP if we chose to do that. Also, I think I'm wrong. This is not the encounter set near Karnak Meteor. This is the encounter set in the field near Karnak. Random elixir drop. The encounter set near the meteor has a double turtle encounter as a common enemy. and this doesn't appear to have that. Alrighty, how many turtle shells is this? Let's say we use 5 on Omega and 3 on Shinryu. I would want to have like 8. And I think 8 is sufficient. Technically we could also use them on Azul Magia. 7, one more. We could also use the turtle shells on Azul Magia, that is technically an option. Anyways, 8 turtle shells. I think this is enough. I'm just gonna use them for split shell. They would also be useful for stuff like Drain Kiss, because for whatever reason, mixing turtle shell with Maiden's Kiss gives you Drain Kiss, and that has a base attack power, scaling with magic power, of 255. For whatever reason, they made that drain ability insanely overpowered, and it doesn't even miss. Unless maybe on the Pix remaster, then it might be able to miss. Anyways, I guess we're ready to just leave. Level 26. I think that's good enough. Let's head into the void and defeat everything. We will probably get enough ability points along the way for unlocking Mix, right? Actually, I have no idea how many ability points you need for that. What I do know is I probably should put time matching onto Cryo, so we can run away more easily. There's also an argument to be made that maybe I should go and pick up Meteor for the time mage, but I will argue that it's just not necessary. Alrighty, gonna give you time magic, winged shoes, hair ornament, chicken knife. Chicken knife? You know what, that's fine. This allows us to guaranteed run away from enemies, and gives her extra agility on top of that. The guaranteed run away is through time magic, by the way. Not because the chicken knife, but it gives us extra agility, which means we should, even in back attacks, be often first. I don't know if it always will be. I don't remember the speed stat of a chemist. I'm too lazy to look it up right now. Anyways, we're just gonna teleport out of the encounters. Land squids. Okay. That's a name. And on the bright side, instead of having to skip Ferris's turn as well, now that Kryl is much faster than Ferris, instead of just 1 point faster, she will actually get the spell off before Ferris gets a turn, so don't have to cancel the menu in order to advance the combat more efficiently. And a line crawl. Now, the thing is, this thing was just faster than me anyways, but I will prefer to not use that many high potions to heal everybody. So we can just return back to the beginning of combat and then teleport out of the battle. Because return returns the battle to its beginning state, but it also re-rolls the encounter whether it's a back attack or a preemptive strike or just a normal encounter. We should actually run away reliably from the chimeras, or the quadra harpies. This is actually a pretty rare encounter in the void. Actually, it might be the rare encounter for all I know. They have 1000 HP, so we would be able to one-shot them with a single target air spell. These land crawlers, on the other hand, I think they have 20,000 HP. The ones in the desert outside earlier had 15,000, and I just realized I'm a dingus. Hold up. I forgot something. I forgot something. I thought about it the entire time until it was time to enter the void, thinking, did I get everything? No, I didn't. There is a certain enemy that we still have to defeat and learn an ability from that for some reason just entirely slipped my mind. We need Mighty Guard. Do we need Mighty Guard? Well, it saves me a lot of turtle shells worth of, or dragonfangs I guess, worth of not having to apply shell and protect manually. So now the question is, where is that place? I never remember. Here. It's further to the east. So we need somebody to have the learn ability in this team. Why was Butts in the lead just now outside on the ship? Give you learn. And we give you the dancing dagger as well. And we probably have enough tools to knock out the stingray eventually. Oh, you know what? There's actually one other enemy I wanted to show people. That I promised you. My favorite enemy name. I kind of forgot about the part because, again, this version ended up being so much slower than I wanted it to be that I just would like to get to the end. But we have still slightly unfinished business, I suppose. Anyways, we're looking for a rare encounter in here. So that means it's a 1 in 16 chance, I think, to encounter it. Or was it 1 in 32? 16 in 256. Divide by 2. 8 in 128. 4 in 64. 2 in 32. 1 in 16. Yeah, that sounds about right. Back attack. They don't even deal damage to us. Well, I guess specifically Reina has the bone melee equipped, so they don't deal damage to her. That reminds me, she does have the bone melee equipped, so I can't heal her directly. But she's also gonna be immune to the poison that the stingray likes to inflict. I just need to make sure that I heal her only by a white wind instead of anything else. One day we'll encounter the enemies that we're looking for. In the meantime, we power up the chicken knife, although I guess I might be using it against Omega. First strike. Run away. It always begs the question. These enemies have clearly invaded our ship and are on top of our deck. How are we running away from these enemies on our ship? Who knows? I guess thanks to the Hermes sandals, also known as wing shoes in this version. We are faster than the sea ibis, which are normally much faster than any regular character. You're going to go south to get around the land there, Mr. Jäger. You're gonna be stuck in the bay otherwise. Help. I can't leave this place. Yeah. It's an interesting interpretation, to be fair. But yeah, what would the people think just seeing the sailboat just go back and forth? Back and forth, back and forth. Well, I guess we're looking for sea encounters. So hope you packed your whirlpool surprise for more sea encounters. Or whichever one that was. This encounter is so much easier in Game Boy Advance, yes. Well, unless you play the European version on Game Boy Advance. But in the US version you can quick save, reset, and you get the uncommon encounter, run away, and then you get the rare encounter guaranteed on the second one. It's so much nicer. So much nicer. Oh, there we go, we found him. Now we just need to confuse him. And not die, preferably. So this thing has the wonder thingy equipped. Actually, I know you can poison this guy. Do we have any other way of taking advantage of any of its weaknesses? Let's see. It has immunity to instant death, petrification, mini, and toad. That's it. Everything else, all the other status effects actually do work in this guy. It is flagged as heavy, so there's actually a lot of things we can't do to it, but let's try to blind it while we can. It has 10% magic evasion, but it's also level 93, so our chance to hit stuff is not particularly good. In fact, maybe I should try to hit it with Black Shock first, because then it would become from 93 down half, 46. 46 would be divisible by 2, and based on we could level 2 all him to hit him more easily afterwards. So I suppose maybe we go with that route. And also, I guess he is not immune to sleep and all status effects. I guess maybe we could also just straight up use the old thingy on him to... Would also be an option. Now, I probably should heal because we don't survive actually 2 of these attacks. So where's White Wind? All the way at the bottom. Oh, and we get Tempting Tango immediately. That's nice. This thing has 30,000 HP, by the way. So you just defend, and I guess the others could maybe just start whittling it away instead of doing anything else. I was gonna Dark Shock it so it would be easier to hit, but if we get Mighty Guard sooner rather than that, maybe just using Arrow 3 to knock it out might be the way to go. Oh. Or it just knocks itself out of confusion. That's just inconvenient. Okay, we need another Tempting Tango here. So just the 1 in 8 chance every time Kryl attacks. And I might as well just keep trying to slow it down. Now. I probably should heal with Ferris. Giant Fin, this inflicts poison. Very inconvenient. Oh, nice. Another confusion. So again, maybe we should just start working on its HP instead. So I will. It's gonna be 3 arrows. And we need like what? A lot of them. Oh, and Tidal Wave just heals it basically back to full. Right, I forgot about that part. You know what we can do? We could drink some Protect drinks. There goes all my damage, huh? Because it's not like we're going to use the Protect rings much beyond this place, because we will literally just have Mighty Guard, which does that for the entire party. So we might as well just use them here. So this thing doesn't deal as much damage to us. Yeah, there's not really much of a reason to attack right now. Oh. Except for a Kryl. So I think... Let's see, level 46. If I manage to hit Dark Shock. Half of that is 23, half of that is 11, and then 5. So we can level 5 doom him. We just need to hit 1 Dark Shock to make it dramatically more likely for us to hit another one. so that might take a while. Too bad Dark Shock is in fact pretty pricey in terms of MP cost. Come on, try to confuse him. I suppose maybe I shouldn't try to Dark Shock, because then I'm gonna run out of MP sooner rather than later. For when I actually want to deal damage to him with the other thing. There we go. We learned Guardian. Oh no. Now he has the thing as well. You know what, I just realized he's level 3 flareable because he's level 93. Anyways, I forgot that bots had... Well, that's very awkward. On the bright side is Kryle, who has the learning ability, so we're fine. We could Berserk him, but then he's gonna deal way more damage with physical attacks. So I'd rather not do that. Can you steal anything from him? You can steal a dark matter from him as a common steal. Sure, why not? Because you don't get to do anything else anyways. So... okay. Level 3 flare it is. 18 MP each. And now we're just whittling away at his HP slowly. Until everybody runs out of MP, unfortunately. Because I tried to Dark Shock him too many times. And I accidentally didn't realize that the reflect ring on bots would be a problem. Well, yes, 30,000 HP. We dealt 3,000 damage so far. Couldn't steal. Mighty reflect, yeah. We could have tried... no, actually no, we couldn't. Dark Business have a steal that allows you to have a staff that casts level... that casts Dispel. But we don't have the way to cast Dispel right now. He's also strategically poisoning everybody. Mug'em. Couldn't steal. Now this is gonna take a while, and because I'm a dingus it takes even longer than it needed to. Twice as long in fact. How am I going to recover MP? Is there a chemist? Well, we don't have mix yet, so that doesn't matter. I was gonna ask whether there's a chemist mix that allows us to get stuff, but yeah, we don't have mix, so yeah. I guess we're gonna recover Ferris MP because she has half MP cost. So I suppose we're gonna use an elixir for that. Hey, we stole the dark matter. Maybe there's a chemist mix that could help beyond that, right? Let's see. There should be a more convenient table somewhere. There. Oh. Yaga, you literally just said you don't have the means to cast chemist mixes. You don't have mix. Why did my brain still go, oh, let's see if there's a useful mix I can use. My goodness. Okay, last spell card for Lena. We don't want to use the chicken knife because otherwise we're gonna run away 1 in 4 times, which would be significantly less than ideal. Last cast for butts. And last cast for Ferris too, technically. But, well, we could use an ether instead for recovering 80 MP, but I'm pretty sure that would not be enough. So we just use an elixir. So everybody aside from Ferris is just going to do nothing. This is where it would be handy to have transfusion, huh? It's not the first time I felt like it would be handy to have transfusion. Let's just try for the very unlikely chance of blinding with the last MP we have. It's extremely unlikely. I knew this battle was gonna take long, but if you make mistakes, it takes twice as long as it needs to. Do I even worry about keeping Kryl alive? I guess she would launch some damage, and we would gain the ability points from this encounter, so sure, I guess I'm trying to keep everybody alive then. Last flash attempt. It was not very likely to land. We are what, level 26? This thing is level 93. The level difference is 67? So Flash has like a 66% chance to hit, so we basically have a 1% chance to hit with Flash directly anyways. I don't remember what the baseline chance to hit is for Dark Shock. That might actually have a similar problem. Anyways, we'll eventually get through this thing's HP. Let's see, Ferris had 180 MP, that's 20 spellcasts, and we probably had 10 before that, surely, right? So we most likely will have enough. Let's designate Lena to be the one to throw the potions around. Actually, I wonder whether the Protectoring gives you immunity to poison. Because I'm pretty sure the regeneration status effect as well as poison status effects are kind of like mutually exclusive because they do the exact opposite. So it's possible that she's just not gonna get hit by that. Why does this Stingray have to die? So we can learn mythical. If you run away from an encounter, you do not learn the abilities. You have to complete the encounter by either winning or the enemy running away, or the enemy getting captured. Ah, there we go, we win. Yes! We learned mix as well. Alrighty. You think he's weak to fire. Is he though? He does absorb water damage. But he does not actually have an elemental weakness to fire for what it's worth. Well, let's briefly go and heal up in here. And then also go and buy some potions. If you sit on this chair, you get a free heal. As long as you're facing the table, apparently. I thought that part was automatic. Anyways, a very tasty meal. For the low price of 1 sheep outside. And we even gained some extra potions. Well, they're called tonics in this version. They do run out, yep. There's only so many sheep outside. Anyways, we should have learned the thing. Now let me actually just double check. Because I don't remember what the thing is called. I think it's got, yeah, 72 MP, that is Mighty Guard. It's called Guardian in this way, version. Mighty Guard gives you Protect, Shell, effectively halving more or less all damage, and Float, which is very handy. Alright, and now we have everything. So we go into the void and run away from everything in there as we do. Let's give Cryle. No, not blue magic. Time magic. Wing shoes. Actually, everything is correct here. And anything else? I'm gonna actually give you the black robe before I forget about it and accidentally heal you to death. Because that's something that happens once in a while. If you ever try to use the bone mail, because it is a really good piece of armor. It gives you immunity to a bunch of status effects, as well as extremely high physical defense. The downside is you just can't heal your character in combat through regular means. You have to heal them through poison damage or absorbing elemental damage, like a flame shield plus fire damage on them or stuff like that. Anyways, now we go through the void. I guess notably, we can always backtrack out of the void very easily thanks to teleport. Do I even want the reflect still on butts here? I'm kind of trying to think whether it would make more sense to give him a different accessory. Actually, we don't have a different accessory, do we? The next boss is gonna be mostly a bit annoying if I equip this, but also not particularly dangerous. So I guess we're gonna be fine. Hey, Richter Shade. The end zone? What's the end zone? It's the Noid, of course. It's the void, the Noid zone. I guess maybe the N stands for nothing. Maybe that's what they translated it for. And then of course character limitations force them to shorten everything, so it's just the end zone. Null. Yeah, void, nothing, null. I guess null would be more appropriate here, that's fair. Let's see, normally I don't care about picking up the ethers, but I guess in this case I do. I just don't know which chest it is. There it is. The other chest on the right I think contains a dark matter. So maybe we could play more around with those if I wanted to. Teleport! Most of the encounters in the Noid excuse me, the void tend to be rather tricky to run away from if through natural means. So just having a guaranteed runaway ability such as teleport is just kind of nice to have, even if it's a unnecessarily lengthy animation. It's still just more convenient than you would otherwise be able to do. So I take it. Bottom left is an elixir, so bottom right must be the dark matter here. I originally at some point said this is a high potion and an ether, but I don't think it's a high potion in this room, thinking about it. I'm pretty sure the other one is a dark matter chest. Anyways, usually only the bottom left one is relevant for most parties, since that's the elixir. For this party I would have picked up everything except the cottage, except I didn't know which one was the cottage. Yeah, there's the dark matter. So we could poison some enemies if we wanted to. Or for that matter, we could also ult them and stuff. Actually, can you ult with the Nexus? No, not really, right? Cycloskulls and level checker. Cycloskulls. I wonder whether these are the predecessors of the wheel skeletons in Dark Souls. Every time, just as I'm about to switch over and actually cast Time Magic Teleport, we run away. Just natural instead. Alright, the chest on the right contains a Drain Sword, but unless I leave the void and sell it, we don't have any use for it. The Drain Sword has a 75% chance to miss. It also doesn't have particularly good attack power. I guess the most useful thing about it would be that you heal for the full damage you deal to enemies with the Drain Sword, which seems like a great effect. Again, outside of missing 75% of your attacks. And for that matter, it does not have particularly good attack power either. So at least this late into the game, it's not that great, even though it scales both with strength and magic power. Which often weapons that scale with 2 types of your stats rather than just one are frequently much better than the other counterparts. You think he only ever has really one run where you use the Blood Sword. It's at least okay if you use something like aim. Yes, that makes sense. Because if you can at least guarantee the hit, then, you know, you have a way to reliably heal back. Thinking about it, I actually can think of one use case scenario for using the Drain Sword. If you have Hunter and a Knight in your team, which is just a requirement for that combination, you could use it to defeat... Ow. Good thing it didn't actually happen. Anyways, you could use it to defeat the Steel Guardians with make your own Mystic Knights, if you will. Because you could equip the flame shield to absorb the fire damage from the flame crystal, but the drain sword will additionally provide some extra healing as well in order to survive the onslaught of spells from the other crystals. Since the other crystals will eventually, after enough time, always get a double turn on the very slow other crystal. Chestrix. What a strange name. Farfarero is, I believe, what they're usually called. And they're level 48. That is in fact notably divisible by 3, so I could have used level 3 flare on them. This chest contains a Magus Rod, which is I think more Power Rod. If you attack with it, I think it's like a 1 in 8 chance to attack with Osmose, trying to absorb the enemy's MP. It's not really useful for that for the most part, because it's not reliable. Alright, so we have time magic on Cryo. I guess that's all we need. If I keep the wall ring equipped here, then the boss here is just gonna be quite annoying, I suppose. Let me think about this. I believe if I... Well, actually, what level is Calotis Theory? Let me actually double check real quick, because I don't remember. Just in case we can do some fun level shenanigans. Calotis Theory, level 68, not divisible by 3. If we half it, it's 34, 17, 8, not useful. I think we can technically poison her. Yes, alright, I have a solution to this boss that she's not going to enjoy that much. Let's give a mix to you. Bone mail is fine. Thieves knife is fine. Let's do that. I have an idea on how I wanna take her down. Do I need time magic for this? I mean, it would be able to haste Lena, but I don't think we need to do that. Let's get blue magic on you as well. You have all the useful things. Chicken knife is fine for what I'm looking for. Alrighty. This is Calotis Theory. She has 18,000 HP, level 68 with 45 speed, and notably, that means she is susceptible to a few things. So you can ult her, but also level 2 ult will actually land even if the enemy is immune to it, because level 2 ult just ignores enemies' immunities. So she's gonna lose stats fast, including levels, which means our chance to land spells are gonna be much better. And so here's a little quirk about her AI script. If she happens to have, or if she happens to notice one of your characters in your team having reflect, is not... Wow, if one of your characters in your team has reflect, the only thing she will ever do is reflect off of that character's shield, buffing and healing herself. So what we can do is we can reduce her level through the old status effect, and then we're just going to spam Magic Hammer, or Mag Hammer as they're called. Magic Hammer deals damage to the enemy's MP, half of what they currently have, and if you know anything about Division, you might notice that she is going to lose a lot of MP very quickly by virtue of me just spamming this ability. And she's not going to be able to cast many spells anymore soon. Normally, the only thing she could damage you with after... Oh no, Shell already. I was hoping to avoid that one. Too late. The only thing she could damage us with at this point would be by counterattacking with Drain whenever we'll deal damage to her. Regen. I wish I had Dispel, but I don't have Dispel magic in any capacity. Guys, I know Magic Hammer has now half the chance to hit compared to what it was before, but it should still be a pretty good chance to hit, come on. You would love to see a 4 Chemist run for the entire game? I guess that could be a thing. Okay, she has 50 MP remaining. Eventually I'll get there. Basically, I'm just trying to run her fully out of MP here. I guess I could attack her with the Dancing Dagger with Butts. Guys, the chance to land Magic Hammer is actually really good. Stop being so stingy about landing your Magic Hammers, please. 41 MP. So I think that costs 9. Hey Valakar, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And now she also has Protect. Again, Dispel Magic would be amazing. I was hoping to run her out of MP before she gets up all of these things, but... well... sometimes that's just not what happens. Where's the Dancing Dirk? There it is. Funnily enough, I'm actually not looking for Soul Stances, I'm actually looking for Mystery Vaults in order to drain the remainder of her MP here. Although she's gonna run out of MP very soon here now. At least Wyvern is just transliteration. Where is the S in protest coming from? I have no idea. Anyways, she's basically out of MP now. So, what I would like to do is I would like to inflict poison on her. But I don't know if we have a good way of inflicting poison. I think Poison Breath has a chance to learn poison. So how do we Poison Breath? It's Antidote plus Dragnifying, isn't it? So I'm gonna try one of these. Wait, no. Yaga! Use it on the correct target. Also, apparently poison is not guaranteed to land anyways. There goes one Dragnifying. Good morning. How was the run? Quite fine. We are entering the void. Anyways, the other way was be an Antidote plus Dark Matter. Actually, use it on the enemy now. And we have resisted poison. That's so annoying. How many Dark Matters do I have? I wanted to poison her and then just go and grab a coffee. But because she has Shell, our chance to land poison is not particularly good. Let's give it one more try. Oh well. I guess let's knock her out the slow way then. She should be level 1 right now, right? Actually, no, she's not level 1 because she used Eosna on herself. So she actually has pretty reasonable HP remaining at this point. Kind of forgot about that part. Anyways, let's do it the easy way then. So we equip Air Lancet. Actually, what is your level right now? Because it's technically possible that she stopped her aging status at level 5. It is not level 5. If you stop it at level 3... no. Or well, level divisible by 3. Did you stop it at level 2? No! I can't inflict the statuses again. Ah, so annoying. Oh well. Arrow 3 it is. Oh, the damage is so terrible. I'm tempted to reset, but I literally can't now think about it. I should go with the front run, just attack with a chicken knife. Oh well. We'll have to punch through her regeneration too. Oh, this didn't work nearly as well as I hoped it would, to be completely honest. I figured this would be a fun way to just poison her and then we're done, but it actually might not be possible to poison her after she gets regeneration. I actually don't know how the two status effects interact with each other. And do you have the thingy? You do. But yeah, GE cannot defeat us anymore unless I decide to reset. I don't know where I went to the front row with fairy stuff. If he wanted, he could just cast return. I cannot, because nobody has time matching right now. That's the problem. Nobody has time magic. Actually, probably would have cast return and just arrow 3 her from the get-go instead. Why is she casting buffs on us? Well, she's casting buffs on herself via the use of wall from her. yeah. Alright, Yoda's fun. I like it. I've not literally never watched Star Wars, but I think it's a fun character. Not enough MP. You're struggling with the boss with Sprite? Struggling? Well, I made it more difficult on myself than it needed to be, I suppose. So yeah, you could say that's struggling. That's fair. Yeah, I have a wall ring on the character, so he has permanent the wall effect. So basically, as soon as Wood Sprite here, I guess she's called in this version, detects that any of your characters have a reflect, she will consistently just only buff and cleanse herself of any negative status effects. Also, if I had time magic, I could also cast the old status effect on her directly. Earlier when I said that magic hammer has a much better chance to hit guys, I completely forgot that Asuna would remove her old status, so she was actually still a relatively high level, so her chance to hit magic hammer actually was, well, probably not particularly good because of it. Anyways, we should knock her out soon anyways, since she doesn't have that much more MP remaining. Hello, welcome to Evil Canadian, hope you're doing well. Friends, pizza. Are those gummy bears on that pizza? Has anybody ever tried putting gummy bears on pizza? I'm sure someone has. That sounds like a terrible idea. Maybe it actually tastes surprisingly good. Because you wouldn't think that stuff like pineapple on pizza tastes particularly good if you just think about it, but it actually really does. I'm fully aware that this is a very controversial take. Right, the chicken knife is on the chicken. Well, I guess soon I'll see whether we'll stand any chance against Omega. Given you went to Italy, pineapple on pizza. Do Italians actually in general just hate that concept, or... I'm actually curious as to why. Like, there might be a more in-depth reason as to them disliking that, rather than just the very idea being outrageous. I actually don't know. The S does not stand for sugar blob. No. Oh look, a metamorph. You swear you've had a dessert pizza that used gummy worms? Those specific memories escape you. That's strange. Yes, they don't like it. Okay. To be fair, if I were to go to Italy, I wouldn't try out the standard pizza that I know I like around here. I would just ask for other ones. Probably just like local specialties if they have those. Most Italians you've encountered are food traditionalists. They dislike any changes to their food. Well, I mean, the French really like to keep their words, their own words in their language. The Italians like to keep their food their own food. I mean, if that is their mindset, I respect it. Doesn't change the part where I personally enjoy pineapple on pizza, but it does change the part where I wouldn't go out into Italy and ask for a pineapple pizza delivery, because that would probably be not that well received, huh? Alrighty, so let's see. The plan on taking down Omega is as follows. First of all, everybody gets a wall ring, so everybody has reflect innately. Then do not equip the bone mill. Then further, we put mix on... You already have mix, right? Yeah, mix on you. We might need mix on more than one character, theoretically, in order to survive, but we could also just get lucky at the beginning of combat. That might also just be okay. We want to have blue magic on most characters. Do we need time magic? No, right? We do not need time magic, so blue magic on you is fine. I guess we could have grabbed 1,000 needles to deal damage to this thing. Actually, in fact, how do I deal damage to Omega? Now think about it. Meteor actually would be really good, because I plan on using Split Shell. Oh, that's a bit late now, isn't it? Oh well. What else can we do? It has innate reflect, so a lot of our attacks are gonna just bounce off. It probably absorbs wind damage, right? Oh my god, I've never considered using wind damage against it. Yes, it absorbs wind element. So wind damage doesn't work. What other things could we try to deal damage with? I mean, front row with a chicken knife on one character is probably just fine. So let's put it on Ferris. Chicken knife for Ferris here. That will be the plan, I guess. This is gonna be our damage dealer. Although arguably it shouldn't be Ferris because she has the gold hairpin. So let's put this on Lena instead. You get Thieves Knife is fine for extra speed. So Lena will be our physical attacker. So we're just gonna power up Lena a bunch. For survivability, everybody has blue magic except for Butts, who has Mix. Mix is going to be important because we want to use Absorb Fire as a mix. Then, before I forget about it, Ferris, Time Magic. Because we need everybody to be floating as well. Because if we are not floating, then we would be in trouble. So, we need to also avoid the Maelstrom ability, so we want to have Fire Absorb and Heavy. Wait. How do we make Heavy? How do we make our characters heavy? What was the mix for that? Was it Dragon Fang? I hope it wasn't Dragon Fang because I don't have enough for that. Last time you had to fight Omega with blue, you needed to use a lot of self-destruct at like level 50. Oh. Well, at least self-destruct can hit, huh? Self-destruct actually would be an interesting choice, since we do have the ability to double our HP with this team. Yeah, 1000 needle would be on average more damage for our characters. But we will be able to reduce the enemy's defenses. We've tasted pizza napoletana, and it's nothing like American pizza. Oh yeah, American pizza is very different. American pizza is weirdly sweet most of the time. At least a bunch of times I had it. It's good, but also just very sweet. Anyways, which status effect inflicts heavy though? Or which mix inflicts heavy? Is there's a... Oh, it is Dragon's Kiss. Oh, that's right, we can turn enemies into dragons, which means Dragonbane weapons would deal extra damage. We don't actually have a way to use Dragonbane weapons, which is a bit of a shame. So it is, in fact, Maiden's Kiss plus Dragon Fangs. Oh, that's awkward. Because I have like 2 Dragon Fangs remaining because I just used... Well, we have 3. We need 1 more Dragon Fang. Oh, that's so awkward. We can get more Dragon Fangs by defeating the enemies in the next area, so... Alright, fine. We're gonna briefly... I did not click to leave the menu. At least I didn't think I did. We're gonna briefly go into the next area. You have Time Metric already equipped, that's fine. Mix is okay. Anyways, we need to briefly grab a Dragon Fang. We can get some in the next area. So let's go past Omega real quick. As long as you don't face Omega on its tile, you're fine to just walk by it. So let's defeat the Panda, defeat 1 Avis Dragon, which guaranteed drop Dragon Fangs, and then we move on. Or back to Omega. You love how everyone is facing forward, but Kryla is like, I know who you are, player. Right. Oh. Wait, why does not everybody have Reflect anyways? Aside from the huh? What does Ferris and Kryl have when they don't have Reflex rings? Elven Keeps? Anyways, I kinda made a mistake. I forgot to change my accessories back. Anyways, a Panda is level, what, 59 apparently. So, also 30% magic evasion. Landing stuff on him is gonna be rather difficult. If we reduce 59 by half, what does that make? Actually, hold up. Do I have mix? Don't have mix, do I? I should have mix. You can blind this guy. Half of 59 is 29 and a half. He's weak to fire, but I'm pretty sure Arrow 3 is more damage. We can blind him, mute him, berserk him, and slow him. Oh. Let's try to dark shock him and see if that works. Probably doesn't. Most of the time anyways. I guess we can haste drink, because we have plenty of these. Speed drink. Because you have time magic and slow this guy. Try to. Chance for slant to load, not that great, but it's not terrible chance either. Probably should have HD first before I did that, now think about it. I would love to use Mighty Guard, but of course, because I'm a dingus, can't do that right now. Let's just Aero 3. Oh, you don't have the thing up the Air Lancet. He likes to counterattack with Toad. Oh, whoops, you already have speed. Muddle, that's confusion, but I think 2 of our characters are immune to it. Thanks to the Lamia's Tiara, but actually there's the 2 characters that also have the reflex rings, so they wouldn't be affected by it anyways. Anyways, I could the Dancing Dirk, because I was thinking I was gonna go fight Omega, there's no reason to equip the Air Lancets. And the Dancing Dirk gives +1 magic or +1 +1 something. Speed and magic power, there we go. Magic power mostly doesn't matter, but the speed can. And we could mix. Alright, so here's a thing we can do. In order to deal damage to this guy. We can mix +10 levels for him by using a holy elixir or holy water with... what's the other one? Never remember. Antidote, was it? Antidote plus holy water gives +10 levels. And funnily enough, he counterattacks that, and now... Wait, does Kryle have the bullet mail equipped? She didn't take damage there. A little bit awkward. Anyways, now... he should be hittable by level 3 Flare, because he's level 69 now. And that deals more damage. Rock! Rude. Anyways, level 3 Flare it is. Also, if we half his level now, it would be 34. 34-17, that doesn't help. Get up. Kiss. Anyways, he only has 22,000 HP, so it'll be fine. Also, we can continue using Holy Water plus Antidote on Lena for her to deal more damage, since +10 levels means that she actually deals significantly more damage than she did before. And we can do this up to level 99 apparently for the purposes of damage calculation. You can go way beyond that in terms of straight up levels, higher than 99, but apparently the damage calculation caps at level 99, which I didn't know until I read the wiki of all things. The wiki being notably not usually that great of a source of information, but I believe it. Nice, the slow landed, and us being hasted, him being slowed. Also, this is... I guess he is called Apprehender instead of a panda. He also counterattacks magic specifically with toads, if I'm not mistaken, whereas he would counterattack otherwise with brain is trying to work through things, sorry. He would otherwise counterattack with protect or drain, most of the time if you didn't do that. Anyways, not much to do for fairies here. Holy water plus antidote. Power up Reina some more. Make her deal more damage. And you can see how this scales relatively quickly to pretty substantial damage for us by virtue of just powering up one person. Now think about it. We will be able to power up our entire team later down the road if we have enough antidotes and holy waters. But I think this is already gonna be enough here, so the apprehender is gonna go down. Anyways, let's see. Avius Dragons. Level 49. No fun shenanigans to be had there, I guess. Unless I was willing to give him plus 20 levels or so. If you spook him with Ifrit, the text box will still calls him a panda. Oh, fun fact, even in this game, this is a panda, not apprehender, as long as you summon Ifrit anyways. Oh, that's weird. Kind of reinforces that the idea that they might have mixed up giving various enemies and bosses names that was supposed to be for other enemies and bosses. Maybe some of their tables got swapped around by accident. Anyways, this is the reason why we're here. This guy. He has 7000 HP, so that is rather substantial, as you might be able to imagine. Here loves it. But he guaranteed drops us a Dragon Fang, which is why I'm here. I think you already equipped the elements. Yeah, you did. I don't even know if you can even slow that guy. Oh well. 2 more spell casts from Trial and Lena will do the trick. You wager a lot of this translation makes more sense if you imagine it was handled as a long list of words, lines to translate that were not in order and had no context. It would be very easy for a name to be translated one way and then 100 translations later it shows up in another text snippet and gets translated the other way. Yes, I think that is a very fair assessment. I feel like that's a very fair assessment of how that probably went down. Anyways, everybody should have reflect rings. Or wall rings. For in case I accidentally run into Omega, which I shouldn't, I'd like to add, I really should not run into Omega here, accidental or otherwise. So let's hope we don't. We have 4 Dragon Fangs. This will allow our characters to be flagged as heavy, which means percentage-based damage is not going to work on them anymore. And this is the only battle where I really feel like we would benefit a tremendous amount by having our characters be flagged such as... We're gonna wait until Omega just walks in a different direction for now. We could probably just squeeze by at the top very reliably, but I was just playing it safe this time around. Alrighty. Let's attempt Omega. I have a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but at least I have a plan. Let's see. By the way, you could also abuse a bug where you can Kiss of Blessing and Berserk enemies that are normally immune to Berserk with a Chemist mix, but I don't tend to do that one because it's more fun to try and do it other way around, but also maybe sometime it would be fun to just Berserk Omega and defeat him that way, who knows. It hits level 49, doesn't it set to 24 if Dark Shock lands? Probably more expensively though. Yeah, it would. It's just not particularly reliable to hit it with that ability, unfortunately. Alrighty, let's go and try and fight an Omega. This guy has all sorts of crazy attacks and tricks, and I don't know if I will have enough damage in order to take care of it. Once again, I think we're gonna move Lena to the front row, so she's gonna be our main attacker. We will power her up, and we will power down all Omega does, at least. That's the idea. Maybe we'll need to have more than one mixer. In fact, do I need a time mage? Why do you have time magic? We don't need a time mage, do we? A second person casting blue magic might be more desirable. Actually, I probably should give mix to you now I think about it. Because you're the one person that will be attacking most of the time anyways. And it makes more sense for you to have blue magic with your hair ornament to cast half of the MP. Yeah, I think that's better this way around. Alrighty, Omega, one of the two super bosses. He has about 55,530 HP apparently. He encounters you if you look at him just the wrong way when he is walking onto that tile. He's extremely fast, and he has Surge Beam, dealing half of our maximum HP in damage whenever he feels like it. So what do we need to do? Oh, we can just reset actually. I need to be floating. I forgot. Anyway, Surge Beam, that is half of her max HP gone, but White Wind will mostly just heal that back up properly. Atomic Ray is a bit annoying because he will heal himself. He absorbs every element except for lightning. Lightning he takes double damage from. He also comes with innate protect and shell status, so I think he just generally speaking takes half damage from most sources. And hey Tiddesecht, welcome, hope you're doing well. Anyways, we need to be floating. That's why Fairies had Time Mage initially. I just forgot about that part. You do not want a game over in this version. It takes even longer than usual. You know, some extra class drop in advanced version is Oracle Gladiator Cannoneer Necromancer. Yes. I'm well aware, thank you. We actually had a Cannoneer in the previous Job Fiesta when we played the Steam version. Because you can also select the advanced job class set if you play Job Fiesta, which means once you select or get all the tablets, you can replace one of your jobs with a, well, advanced job, whichever one you happen to roll then, which is what we did. Alrighty, now we can switch stuff around. You get mix, and a wall ring. Everybody gets a wall ring. Chicken knife, you go to the front. You go... and get blue magic, because you're gonna be one of our 3 healers. Wing shoes is fine. Face knife for +1 agility. Alrighty, now we try this again. And then there were the loading times. Yep. Fun fact, you can't technically slow Omega, but because he has 90% magic evasion, your chance to land that on him is just basically nothing. Probably 1 in 100 or something like that. Anyways, no. I don't need to heal this, do I? That's fine. I forgot to give Fairies the flame at the ring thing. Ah, so annoying. Delta attack. Guaranteed petrifies and deals a bit of damage. He's immune to petrification, so it doesn't affect him. Anyways, I guess we reset again. Restart. And we load again. I forgot to give the wall ring. So the wall rings we have, quite simply, because they are important to survive. And also to deal damage without getting retaliated on. Pressing the reset button takes even longer, guys. I think taking a death was a bit faster. That's so silly. I was actually considering if there was like a 10% speed up or something like that. Actually, 20% speed up that we could go for this emulator. Like speed up exactly by 20%, which means we would play at 60 FPS instead of 50. But no, we just get the full experience of this version instead. Anyways, after all is said and done, I need to go back into the menu. Which is my favorite class? I like Blue Mage. It might be Blue Mage. Alrighty. Wall ring! My goodness. This time everybody has real wall rings. I was also gonna use mixes or a time mage to speed up, but we don't have to do that since everybody can just drink a haste drink as well. It also means if anybody goes down, they will have to drink the haste drink again. Atom Ray. That's okay. But if anybody wants to keep track of the damage we deal to him, that would also be quite fine. Order operations. We're gonna go speed drink with absolutely everybody. So we are hasted and can do things. Not science drink, speed drink. Drink. Speed drink. Then we actually probably immediately want to use White Wind on the characters. Everybody's hasted now, but we are not out of the woods yet. Next, what we need to do is the following. We have to mix fire absorption, which is eye drops plus ethers. Oh my goodness, I accidentally scrolled down on the thing. Sorry. On my spreadsheet. Eye drops plus ethers. This is why we bought a few ethers earlier. Gives us absorb fire properties. So, this is not just resist fire. Wow, that is perfect luck right there. Because burn ray, or well, flamethrower, goes straight through reflect. I just happened to give this to the exact person that needed it. That is amazing. That it just happened to work out that way. So there's nothing I think Trial can do at this point. Like we could technically try to guard off, but the chance of us landing that is not particularly good, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I guess we could do a second White Wind, but don't worry about it. Then, mix, once again, eye drop plus ether. To absorb fire on 2 people. Then ether. And then we need to dodge the Maelstrom, by the way. Technically, I guess we could already go for Dragon of Fangs. Anyways, how many eye drops plus ethers was this? Who has the resist fire? I did not pay attention. Ah! I think Kryle and Ferris do not have it yet. Anyways, let's just do one thing at a time. Beam Cannon, we need to heal up again. So the easy way to heal up is actually just use a potion, well, high potion really. Then right after the potion arrives, we're gonna use White Wind. Why do you have a bone mail equipped? No! Ah! Menus! Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. This is such a perfect start. I think fairies as a healer is sufficient. It's probably fine. We just need to dodge the maelstrom next, though. Ah, that's so silly. I'm such a dingus, dude. Alright. Resist fire. Everybody has resist fire now. Then we need to mix what's it called again? Dragon Fang plus High Potion, was it? Sorry, I'm... No, Dragon Fang plus Maidens. Wait. That doesn't seem right, is it? Mix. Dragon's Fang plus Maiden's Kiss. I would need to look for heavy... Yeah, Dragon's Kiss. It is Dragon's Fang plus Maiden's Kiss. I just didn't trust my memory, I needed to look it up, sorry. Maiden's Kiss plus Dragon Fang makes us heavy. This means we are immune to Maelstrom on one character. The other ones are gonna die. Alright, let's just reset, what the heck. Oh my god. But this was such a perfect start where he exactly hit Lena with the thing. Anyways, the reason why we need the reflect rings is so he hits himself with the target, because we reflected. It's fine. Having Kryl alive is just gonna be extra safety anyways. How does this keep happening, guys? Oh, which one is your favorite extra job class? Sorry, I didn't read that question properly last time. Oracle. Admittedly, I've never really played much around with Necromancer, especially not with their full toolset, but Oracle was quite fun. Hey, Eric's. Thank you for the good luck. Turns out the only luck I need is just me being not a dingus. But apparently that requires a tremendous amount of fortune to not stumble over my own 2 feet. Alright, no bone mail, my goodness. Now we should be set up properly, surely. Good thing I checked. Okay, now we're gonna save again, just in case this fails, because it can. It's entirely within reason that this might still go wrong. Especially if it just keeps knocking out the wrong characters. I actually don't remember if we retain the fire immunity and heavy status if we get knocked out or not. Anyways. Let's go. Attempt number 4, I guess? Atom Ray. First turn, I think he never uses anything that can actually hit us. So we're always fine to drink up to become speedy. Without haste, we basically lose turns relative to Omega. Even though I don't think he has innate haste status. In fact, he can even be slowed if you manage to land a slow effect on him, but good luck with that. It's technically possible to land slow on him. It's practically ridiculous to try. And Butts is that slow. Alright. Then, was it for Absorb Fire? Was Ether plus Eye Drop. Right. Wasn't sure whether it was Antidote or Eye Drop. Ether plus Eye Drop. Every time I'm scrolling over the ether. Oh, it's further down. Right. Just gonna straight up use White Wind. Heal everybody. And you don't need to do anything in the meantime. One White Wind is sufficient. Okay, Atomic Ray again is very nice. We technically actually have a bit of time before we need to set up more. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna Dragon Fang at Maiden's Kiss immediately on everybody, because the only dangerous thing at this point is going to be the Maelstrom hitting us, and if we are flagged as heavy, we can no longer get hit by Maelstrom. So we're gonna go Dragon Fang plus Maiden's Kiss. 2 people are heavy now, which means they can no longer be affected by Maelstrom. You just defend. You defend. Beam Cannon again. So basically every other turn he uses Beam Cannon. That's just what he does. Then Maiden's Kiss plus Dragon Fang. It's number 3. Just don't click the wrong one. And the last person, Maiden's Kiss. Dragon Fang. Okay. We can no longer get hit by that. However, we can get hit by other stuff, of course. Let's just cast White Wind twice. So we are back at full HP, because we do continuously lose a little bit of extra HP because of the HP sap effect. Kind of funny, everybody has almost exact HP for some reason. And we didn't heal too late, because this is one of the actions he can do. Basically, he can use Surge Beam twice in a row on his double turn, which is particularly mean if you ask me. Anyways, Eye Drop was it. Fire Resist for 2. Then Ether plus Eye Drops. Fire Resist for 3, just Ferris that needs more. You White Wind again, you just wait. Special Beam Cannon, pretty much. Right, target. So, during this target phase, he is only specifically going to attack whichever target he selected. This means that we could attack him now, and he would hit himself. This is why we have to replay things equipped. Right, everybody has Resist Fire, and now we should be mostly invincible to most things he can do. So what we're gonna start doing is we're going to start drinking heavily with Reina here. And our objective is going to be to get her to level 99 and then start attacking with the chicken knife. Of course, he also has Burden Ray still. So, then what we also want to do is we want to use Split Shell on him, which requires an antidote, and this is why we had farmed a few extra turtle shells. We need an antidote plus turtle shell. And this is going to reduce his defenses by half. Right now he has like almost 200 magic and physical defense, meaning that our damage or attacks are just going to deal basically no damage. However, with Split Shell, or Turtle Shell for some reason in this version, he is not gonna have nearly enough HP anymore to survive that. We're gonna wait here, because Beam Cannon arrives, we just heal immediately again. I still didn't get transfusion. It's fine, we don't need it at this point. So then we do the same thing again. Split Shell was antidote. So he has like 50 defense remaining at this point. Lena is plus 30 levels. She can have plus 74 technically. I heal again. No, you're fine. By the way, we are back to turn 1. So, he has 25 defense approximately. Lena has plus 40 levels. We'll wait until he attacks. Then just White Wind immediately again. This is why we don't technically need 2 support healers. I guess I should have probably just had Ferris be a mixer as well in hindsight. But, oh well, it's fine. Alrighty, so this is gonna reduce his defenses even more to effectively negligible levels at this point. Now, this is plus 50 levels. I need a few more in order to be fully powered up. And what we can do is we can use a regular potion, or tonic in this version, plus holy water to heal Lena, or give her plus... Wait, which one is it? I thought it was plus 10 levels, I did the wrong thing. Plus 10 levels, antidote plus revive. It's an antidote that I need to use, I'm gonna use. That's fine. Hero drink. Plus 60. We wait until he attacks and then we heal again. Notably, we do have to immediately heal up, potentially after the next attack as well. Because he could just choose to use Surge Beam twice in a row. So let's go back to full HP. This is probably the overkill. Holy Water plus Antidote to this. Okay, now, this is what, plus 70 levels? 80. And this actually should max out Lena for the purposes of damage output. Right, so we are effectively done with setting up here. I highly doubt I will ever hit the Black Shock, but might as well try, I guess. Anyways, Ferris waits here for the double turn, just in case he uses Surge Beam on one of them. He should be immune against basically everything. Maelstrom, yeah. What? Oh. Yeah. So he damaged himself and reacted to his own damage by casting a mustard bomb at us. So basically, anytime he chooses Delta attack now, that's a problem, because he actually deals more than 0 damage to himself. Well, that's just inconvenient. Oh, how dare I? Yes, pretty much. There's not really a good way to revive her because she wouldn't have float anyways. Well, guess we have one support at this point. So how do you deal damage? I guess you could level up yours. Actually, you were going to start leveling up Ferris. Might as well have a second person dish out good damage here, because we need to get through this faster than I anticipated. Antidote plus holy water. Start leveling up Ferris. And with you, we're actually gonna wait. So you have a chicken knife equipped, right? Yes. And now we wait until he does the targeting, and now we hope to not run away with 25% of the time. Oh yeah, right. Evasion. That's a thing. So we only have about a 50% chance to hit. Kinda forgot about that, not gonna lie. I forgot about that part. How inconvenient. Let's go front row if you. Holy water. Antidote. 20 levels. Oh no, now I attacked after he is no longer hitting himself. Good thing we didn't deal damage. This is much bigger problem than I thought it was gonna be. Can I be honest with you guys? I don't feel like playing this in this version. I would do this in the Super Nintendo version and figure it out. But this is... I don't want to redo this. I'm so sorry. I do not feel like it. Oh, inconvenient. I guess we could upgrade for neutral damage to guaranteed hit. I guess that could be a way, huh? Now we just need to hope he doesn't hit himself and hit us in return because of it. In the meantime. 40. We could also just try and attack him. What's his counterattacks? His counterattack mostly consists of, well, mustard bombs is the problem. We're actually immune to circle because we are heavy, so you couldn't remove a character from combat, which is normally one of the dangerous things you can do. But we do not survive a mustard bomb. It's like 3000 damage. We don't have that much HP. Holy water. Lost antidote. That's 50 levels. Blaster does nothing. What is Omega's level? 100 and something. Omega. His level is 119. But we could easily increase it, but manipulating it in any other way is actually rather challenging, to say the least. And this is why I waited with Ferris. Plus 60 levels. Might as well keep that with you as well. That is... Actually, what's Omega's magic evasion? Oh, 90%. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Holy water. Okay, that's plus... So Ferris should also be maxed out on levels now. Rainbow Wind inflicts blind and HP leak. Actually, we don't see the blind status effect, do we? But we are not immune to it either, so... I actually have to remove the blind status. Right, I guess you can level up yourself here too, might as well at this point. Trying to get in some extra damage. Element Might, that is the wrong thing. Beam Cannon. Level 5 Doom doesn't work because he has Reflect. I dropped plus Holy Water. So that's plus 20 levels for a year. We'll repeat the front row, I guess. Beam Cannon again. Alright, that's a double turn, isn't it? Yeah. This is why we need to be floating, by the way. His Earthquake will wipe us. I don't think there's an absorb Earth element, is there? Actually, that would be very convenient if there was an Earth element absorb. Oh wow. Ren's Turner, thank you! Thank you kindly for 5 gift subs. It's very nice of you, I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Next is gonna be the thing, right? And I think because we are so slow, we're only getting one attack in anyways. So... yeah. Target. Now we can hit him. Try to hit him once. With a Thief's Knife, I guess. And with a Chicken Knife. We hit him once with a Thief's Knife. Not nearly as much damage. And we can't escape. Not nearly as much damage as I hoped it would be, so... Let me try the other one that I was thinking of. Turtle Shell plus Maiden's Kiss is Draining Kiss. It's only 1000 damage as well. Oh no, this is not nearly as much damage as I would like it to be. Let me just keep attacking. Maybe we survive the counter-attacks. We do not survive the counter-attacks. If Lena doesn't deal good damage here, I think we would need to reorganize anyways. So let me at least see how much damage Lena does. Oh no, he's gonna counterattack himself. Oh yeah, we're also Rocket Punch immune, so 2 out of phase 3 counterattacks we actually are just immune to. Count escape. That's 3 times in a row, Lena. You haven't managed to hit this guy once. You know, this is actually not enough to put people above the threshold of HP, because I needed to heal Ferris before I used the thing. Also, he heals himself more than we deal damage on average, I guess. Keep attacking Lena. Eventually he'll hit. We have defeated this thing, by the way, before it was Solo Chemist. So we know it is indeed very doable. Don't you remember that you were doing Berserker full team on PS1 a couple years ago? I do remember that. I am not sure what that was a reply to, but I guess it's also... You asked that question like 5 minutes ago. Sorry, you might need to refresh me on what the context was about that. But yes, it was the only full Berserker team that I've done. Eventually hit. Okay, it's 4,500 damage, which is pretty good. But because we don't have a reliable way of hitting at all, I think our best way would actually be to farm up turtle shells for Drain Kiss on everybody, level up everybody and just spam turtle shell Drain Kiss in order to deal reliable damage. Alternatively, if we were to just level up the characters high enough that when we double our HP with Giant Strings, we would survive the attack, like the Mustard Bomb counter, then that also would work pretty well, I think. Will I continue? Oh, will I continue to my Berserker? I finished the Berserker run. The Berserker run is done. Selected new game by accident. I was very confused what was happening just now. Snap since all it was chemist. Yes, this is an upgrade run, which means everybody has to be chemist for the rest of the run. That's just how it is. Did he max out everything else? I think as max as you can. Like, we didn't master the other job classes, but we got all of the abilities from them for what it's worth. We can learn and use blue magics. We can use all the time magics. Alright, yeah, I think I'm not gonna do Omega. And to be honest, I was actually kind of thinking about Shinryu. I don't think we have a particularly good matchup into Shinryu either. Because that guy is quite the nuisance to try and take down if you don't have a way to cast image on your characters in any capacity. Because we can berserk him, we have the power rod for it, but of course our survival chances are going to be abysmal, and so we would need to spend most of our turns just reviving allies and then occasionally dealing a little bit of damage. And our damage output, I mean, I guess against Shinryu it would be fine with Aero 3 and powering up a character. Anyways, I'm just gonna move on now. You get the air lancet. You get the air lancet. Trial, you're gonna get time magic. So we now have somebody who can actually escape us from combat. You're going to have a protect ring. You're gonna get winged shoes. You're gonna get winged shoes. Air lancet on you, and health cloak, I guess. Because we don't want to have reflect right now, so we can actually haste our own characters with time mates if I decide to fight stuff. Alright. I usually have a lot of patience, but I guess that does not extend to this version in particular. This year at least. And I've mentioned before, we did do a Quad Berserker playthrough on the PlayStation version. But I knew what I was getting into then. Today I kinda mostly forgot what the PlayStation really was about. It's been too long. Maybe a good reminder to, you know, it's fine to just leave. We wouldn't really get anything from Omega anyways, aside from the feeling of accomplishment. And who knows, maybe if I feel up to it, I will just grind it out the next day anyways. To be frank, that is kind of unlikely. But it's technically a possibility until we start the next run to still complete the remainder of the battles. So it's an option still, I guess. We will not judge you for not fighting the slowest Omega. Yeah, I mean, honestly, one thing that might not be as obvious, there's a substantial amount of lag happening the entire time. Like when I'm here in the overworld, it's not nearly as obvious because I just preemptively press left when the path goes left and then right when the path goes right. But aside from that, just all of the menus are just weirdly laggy. Like I pressed a button and about 0.1 second passes before the inputs actually appear. That might be a consequence of me playing on dock station. I don't know if this has something like a low latency mode or something that I should be able to enable or something. I've never used this emulator before, but at least on the bright side it actually sounds a lot nicer than the other version. Anyways, it is, I would argue, a happy coincidence. Is it even a coincidence? It is quite nice that we have a very, very powerful team of characters to get through this version with. We're also gonna get one extra pair of Hermes sandals. Should I just use these, I wonder? stay hydrated. Hello, welcome to Phoenix Atma, hope you're doing well. Alrighty, more Hermes Sandals. I wonder whether I should equip the Angel Ring for the final boss fight, for the immunity to zombie. So basically piling up all of the immunities on one character. Immunity to zombie, all status effect and all sorts of things. That's the character I'm gonna be using as the main attacker. Alrighty. We do have another pair of shoes. You have mix. Do I need a mix against this guy? Not really. Don't equip the bone nail. You get the winged shoes. Hair lancet. I think we're just gonna deal damage to this one. You can have mix, that's fine. You have time magic right now. I guess that's okay too. And since I'm not using Split Shell on Omega now, we can just use it on bosses like this guy. He has actually pretty substantial physical and magic defense, and we can just cut that in half with Split Shell mixes. Alrighty. Time. Haste. Let's see, is he actually susceptible to any form of status effect or blue magic shenanigans? Oh yeah, right. I forgot. We need to pick up Explode for this guy. Because if you use Exploder on Apocalypse, well, he will just use it up against you. Sure, it knocks out one of your characters, but basically instantly win, which is kind of funny. Anyways, if I were to use blue magic against him, I think he will just use it back at me. If I'm not mistaken. Which, now think about it, it's actually not that great if I use... Let's use Mighty Guard first. I don't actually know if he's gonna counterattack me with Arrow 3 if I use Arrow 3 on him. He does copy a lot of blue magic, but not all of it. Let's see, does he learn it? Yes, he learned Arrow 3, which means he's gonna try and use it, I think, next. And he has a bit more magic power than I do, let's put it this way. Alrighty, what was it? Turtle Shell plus... I forgot already. My goodness. Antidote. To reduce his defenses. Arrow 3 single target knocks us out. Okay, so... very inconvenient. But I think it's still my best damaging ability. He's weak to poison, but I don't really think... well, maybe this is where breaking poison rods would be the way to go. On the bright side, he's not gonna use anything else. Maybe if I used the reflex rings against him, that actually would help here. That actually would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Anyways, we do have a bunch of giant strings to double our HP. So we will survive his counterattacks. Having literally twice the amount of HP turned out to be quite helpful for surviving his attacks. Who would have guessed? Alrighty, who's gonna white wind? Probably Cryle, so we're gonna heal her up. Oh, you have time magic, never mind, you're not gonna do that. He's also susceptible to level 3 flare. We're level 26 right now, right? So we should be fine against that. maybe level 3 or yeah, level 3 flare is better anyways. Because he's level 57. He learned level 3 flare, but I don't think our level is divided by 3. I don't know what you want to do. You have mix, so we might as well just mix antidotes plus holy water and buff up one of our attackers. Yeah, we are immune to level 3 flare. In fact, if we had reflect on our characters, yeah, we would actually be able to knock him out with level 3 flare. I never actually considered this, but I guess Solo Blue Mage can guarantee defeat this guy with a reflect ring equipped and just spamming level 3 flare. That's actually kind of amusing. That way I also don't need to worry about his other attacks, of course. Because normally he would have an arsenal that has a lot of really nasty and annoying and deadly spells, because, you know, he has access to most of the blue magic arsenal, but not everything. Also, by the way, he's about 27,000 HP, so we're getting through his HP at a decent pace here. Oh, he just uses guard off, so maybe he doesn't always use that then. He just has a chance to do that. Oh, you're out of MP. Well, I guess that makes sense. Good thing we're buffing Ferris instead. So I guess he's not guaranteed to use level 3 flare, or maybe if you use it multiple times in a row, something weird happens. I actually don't know how this works, to be completely honest. Your favorite is teaching him self-destruct. Yes. I wish I had self-destruct for that interaction, but I forgot to pick it up. There we go. It is the usual tactic for this boss, indeed. So what is Float doing in this fight? In this fight, nothing. Mighty Guard just happens to apply Protect, Shell and Float in one spellcast. In this battle we don't need Float. We do want it for the next battle, but we also have Time Mages to just cast Float, so it's not a concern if either way, if you will. Anyways, I think I'm pretty sure against Omega my choice of abilities would be to split Shell less, so he does not deal any damage to himself with Delta attack, and then just spam Meteor, I guess. Trying to think if I could come up with a clever strategy for that guy. Anyways, you're gonna learn blue, wing shoes, black robe, hair ornament, actually air lancet. Just feels like more consistent damage. Then we're gonna equip a reflex ring on you, or wall ring it's called in this version. You know, I was thinking, I guess I would need a little bit of time magic still here, because no, Float is gone after using a cottage, but Lena wouldn't have been able to do anything without MP, or at least not much. So we'll have to reapply Float now. Black robe, green shoes, magic, Lena cast time magic, Float. So we're gonna do a very simple thing against the upcoming boss here. Also, I believe, wasn't he level 41 as well? No. I remember Dark Shocking catastrophe for some reason. I don't remember the context. He's level 71. Okay, actually Dark Shock into level 5 Doom would knock him out. He does, however, have 33% magic evasion, so our chance of landing Dark Shock is not particularly great. He only has 20,000 HP too, so just churning through that is easy enough. Is 71 divisible by 3? No, right. He could be ulted if we want to use the time magic for ult. Anyways, we're gonna do the simple thing. He only has 20,000 HP, and this little clown also has... Oh, I forgot to. Well, I guess we're gonna try and land ult on him. Because I forgot to switch Lena back to blue magic. Anyways, for the most part, he just spams Earthshaker, dealing about 1,000 damage to our entire party. However, he's programmed to use Gravity 100 when one of our characters has Float at any point. However, Gravity 100 is also happens to be a spell or ability that can be reflected for some reason. So he's actually not gonna get to do anything about it. In short, we just win. Because he can't attack us, because he was always seeing that the character has float, so he always casts Gravity 100, which he never removes. Because of the aforementioned interactions. $72 would be divisible by 3, yeah, exactly. This is where Meteor would be a really good spell to have, because for a single spell cast it is just a lot of damage, it's really good. Has high damage variance, but, well, again, because single target attacks are pretty easy to use. A number is divisible by 3 if you add up the digits. The result is divisible by 3, since 7 plus 1 equals 8. It doesn't work. 71 doesn't work. Yes, I actually forgot about that. I learned that in school a long time ago. I was actually also thinking along the lines of 69 plus 2, plus 3, excuse me. The reason why I initially looked at 71 and thought, is this divisible by 3? Is because 21 is divisible by 3. And 50 plus 21 is 71. I don't know why I'm thinking that way about 71, but basically there was a 21 in there. Oh, I'm not looking for a speed up, don't worry. We've been walking at this pace through the entire game so far. It would be a shame to decide to use a speed up now, I would argue. Anyways, we're gonna actually put time magic on the Cryo. She might actually just keep time magic for the rest of the game. We're gonna put blue magic back onto you. You also get winged shoes, black robe, hair lancet. Sure, save in the memo slot, it's fine. And yes, we could Darkspark level 5 Doom, but our chance to hit would be horrible, so I decided to just deal damage instead. He has 33% magic evasion, so even if we successfully land the chance to hit, comparison with levels and baseline chance to hit, our chance for actually hitting would be kind of terrible. What would it be right now? We're level, what, 26? He's 71, the difference is 5 plus 40, 45. And Darkspark has what? Or Dark Shock? Dark Shock. Darkshock has a 66% baseline chance to hit, minus 45 because of the level difference would be an 11% chance to hit. Minus a third of that would be like a 9% chance to hit, depending on how it's rounded, maybe 8%. I guess 8% is not terrible. But I'm pretty sure on average we are faster just dealing damage instead. Alrighty, anything else I want to do against Halikarnaza? Do we want mix? Or do we want just bots to start dealing damage instead? I think I'd just rather have everybody deal damage for the most part. Except for Cryo, you can have time magic. Yeah, I think Lena specifically is level 25. She would need like one encounter to get to like level 26 probably. Maybe more. She was not there for a bunch of the pyramid encounters. Anyways, this is Halikarnaza. Level 97. Notably weak to being minute. Don't know why I always remember that, but I do remember that part. I guess I don't need Time Mage in the last battle. I was just thinking, oh, but haste is nice because we don't have 4 Hermes sandals. But we always have the speed drink we can drink instead, thanks to the drink command. So we really don't need that. Anyways, 97, 9 plus 7 is 16, which is not divided by 3. So I guess we just deal damage. At least I think Halikarnaza is level 97. I could be wrong. I might be just remembering. I could be looking it up now. And I will. And I was correct. Also, Halikarnaza is a 66% magic evasion, so the chance to land spells on them is not great. Anyways, only 33,333 HP. They're not particularly dangerous. Ha 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 ha. For the most part, the most annoying thing to do is just kill, which means everybody gets turned into a frog, which means everybody needs to be turned not into a frog anymore in order to continue using spells and abilities. So yeah, I guess I don't need time magic in the end game at all, because we have drink to just haste ourselves. That's so weird. Come on, give me the item, please. Thank you. Halikarnaza also frequently can use reverse polarity, pulling us from the back row into the front row. But even if Halikarnaza were actually to deal more damage right there, or double the damage to Ferris just now, Ferris would still survive that actually. So I think even if we go into the front row with reverse polarity, we really don't need to worry about it. Also, Crow, what can you even do? I don't know, there's not really anything useful, I would argue. Regeneration for Ferris, why not? Might actually heal us for a little bit. Throwing potions arguably is much more efficient anyways. But less fancy. I guess we can cast Comet. They don't have that much magic defense, so Comet should still deal okay damage. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Especially if you get a high roll, I suppose. Oh, you're out of MP. That's okay. You could throw potions over to Ferris so she doesn't go down. That would be pretty reasonable. And you're out of MP as well. Again, would have actually been nice to pick up Transfusion, just to recover MP without having to use elixirs. And goodbye, Twintania. Twintania? No, that's the next boss. We're getting there. I'm ahead of myself again. You know, while Lena and Butts are out of MP, we might as well give them Mix in the meantime. Because I don't plan on recovering their MP anytime soon, I suppose. Ferris should still have enough for level 5 to do. Trial has enough for a bunch of telepulls. So we should be good to go. This room notably... Oh, that's a rare encounter. Literally. This room notably has a lot of enemies in it that have really high defenses overall. Tricky to take down unless you can hit their weakness with, let's say, Mystic Knight. The Iron Giants give a ton of experience. And apparently they're also reasonably straightforward to take down with Geomancers too, so technically if we absolutely need to, this would be a place where we could level. But speaking of Geomancy, I guess I could use that. Nah, it's fine. Anyways, this here is Twintania. Probably should have recovered some MP in hindsight. Anyways, Twintania is or has 50,000 HP, but one very particular weakness that we can't take advantage of. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna use Mighty Guard to give everybody effectively, well, everybody takes half damage. Blizzard is arguably the most damaging thing Twintania can do. It's a lot of damage. And then punching Ferris too. Let's heal Ferris. Because she's the one that will need to help us out in the end here. Although I'm not sure she has enough MP right now, so you know what, we have Ethos, and we heal for double the amount, so let's actually use them for their intended effect for once. Plus 80 MP for Ferris. So I don't think she had enough MP to cast level 5 Doom. 11, actually she did. She did. Anyways, Twintania will now cast Mind Blast. Oh yeah, we could have learned Mind Blast. That would have been an option. Wind Slash, 2 Wind Slashes to be exact. And after the second Wind Slash, Twintania will quietly switch to its Giga Flare form, charging up for Giga Flare. And as soon as my cursor jumps back down to the menu, Twintania has switched. And is level 20 now. And guess what? Level 20 is level divisible by 5. Words in the correct order are overrated, apparently. But yeah, the time mage's instant death would have worked too. We have a chemist mix that can also apply death potion, so that would have worked just as well. It's basically a number of ways on how we could have handled that. And with that, we just move on. I was considering walking back to recover, but we're probably going to be fine. Can you tell that I don't want to walk around more than necessary? I think thanks to Giant's Drink it's gonna be overall quite okay. Plus we'll have death potions. This rendition of the music is actually pretty decent. Alrighty, anyways, we use teleport to get out of these encounters. Do not cast spells at the Behemoth Kings. Or Behemoth Kings. King Behemoths, depending on how we translate it. Because these guys will counterattack with Meteor. Each individual Meteor will deal anywhere between, what was it? 800 and 2400 damage. And there's 4 meteors coming our way whenever one enemy casts meteor. It's pretty devastating if we get hit by it. Also, enemies in here no longer give any experience. They only give ability points and money. Neither of which we really need, so we're good to just go. The most notable encounter would be potentially a crystal dragon to get its thingamajig. Anyways, here's Gilgamesh. After 7000 HP damage taken, he will recognize us and go, hey, wait, you are this guy. You are the PlayStation version. It's scary in here, and stuff like that. If you don't know what the dialogue is gonna be in this version. But it's fine. Paris is once again the only one that can deal any reasonable damage, I guess. Look, a ghost! I don't think this is what he's supposed to say, but this is what he says now. Does teleport count as flee for the chicken knife? Yes, it does. I could also mix antidote plus holy water. Power up Ferris just a little bit. So to speed this up. Comet once again is completely level agnostic. It doesn't care what level you are. And yes, 4 times height does count for running away as well. Basically anytime you flee in control. Oh, wait, that's enough damage already? Is that 7000 damage already? Or is it not 7000? What's your sign? Okay, now we can go back. Let's get out of here. Dot, 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 dot. Yeah, you're right. He sounds so much angrier in this version. He just says, when we meet again, I'll be one of you. Never mind. It's kind of weird. By the way, the chest over there that I'm skipping contains a Fuma Shuriken, which is an amazingly strong throwing weapon for a ninja. Or a mix item for a cannoneer. Same if this just over there. I'm not gonna pick it up. Because we have neither ninja nor cannoneer. Let's see, this is where we can start meeting crystal dragons, but we didn't. These enemies here, they have a rare steal for an Aegis shield, if you connect up shields. Aegis shield gives immunity petrification, which is really nice against the final boss. And also 1 in 3 chance to block any magical spell. This chest, on the other hand, contains an elixir, and I will probably be using this on a character to recover MP for the necrophobe battle. It is really any magic too, it blocks some silly things here and there. Yes, including if you, let's say, have a character that absorbs fire as healing and you try to heal them with your Black Mage, casting 5 Raga, they can block that too. That chest over there that I just skipped, that is Shinryu. It guards a very strong Knight Sword. It's the strongest regular Knight Sword. That is not the Brave Blade. But while we do have technically a reasonable way of defeating Shinryu by virtue of getting all sorts of absorption effects going against it and hasting, and technically I did defeat Shinryu and Omega both as a solo chemist, so you can imagine we would have a reasonable way to deal with them. It's just, it would also be a lot of setup. The easiest way we would have is actually berserking Shinryu, which means he will one-shot any character he attacks, and he moves about like... he gets 1.5 turns for one of our characters 1 turn. That's with haste on our side, by the way. He's really absurdly fast, and basically we would spend most of the time just reviving characters and occasionally attacking and or powering up. It's a thing we could do, but considering on how well Omega didn't go, I think I might be skipping out on this one. Anyways, we're gonna go with blue magic for trial as well. Winged shoes, black robe, and an air lancet for phase 2. Then, actually no, we're gonna give you the Protect Ring, or actually even Angel Ring. Doesn't matter what we give you really. We're gonna give the Winged Shoes over to Butts here. And you don't actually need an air lancet, that doesn't do anything for you. So you get the Hunting Knife, this is the Mangouche. This is a 25% chance to block physical incoming attacks. And you get the same. This is actually gonna be more helpful than the other stuff. Okie dokie. Then, welcome to this next boss battle. This is Necrophobia. He has 44,000 HP normally, but 34,000 damage if you is enough to kill him if you encountered Gilgamesh before, which we did. And he has these 4 little barriers that protect him. Now, I never remember what the thing is. I think it's Dark Matter plus Phoenix Down for Death Potion. And I'm gonna double check and confirm whether that's true. Yeah, well, it's called Doom in some translations. Anyways, Phoenix Down normally revives a character. Dark Matter inverts that relationship and instantly kills stuff, and these things are not immune to instant death. So we're gonna just do that. Phoenix Down, Dark Matter. We're also gonna drink a Giant's Drink here to get double the maximum HP to work with on Ferris. And on Cryle we are gonna just haste potion up. Actually, I should probably have used Mighty Guard. With these 4 barriers, my body is invincible. Think you can defeat me? 4 barriers, dude? Are you sure about that? Anyways, silliness aside, yes, I have reasonable confidence that we can defeat you. Alright, Phoenix down. So what these barriers would do, they actually would cast Holy and Flare on themselves, dealing about 1000 damage to us by virtue of reflecting the spell over to us. By the way, this is the reason I wanted to add more Dark Medicine that picked them up over in the pyramid. So we just Death Potion these. We're gonna go ahead and guard. This is Mighty Guard or Guardian. And everybody gets Protect and Shell. We take basically half damage, and Necrophobe is gonna, you know, look a little bit silly. But he told us about the 4 barriers that no longer exist. Anyways, welcome everybody from Magus. Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it. We are playing the PlayStation version. The PAL version for that matter. It's even slower than it already was supposed to be. So, even though we could technically defeat Omega and Shinryu, I'm not gonna do that. I'm so sorry. I do not feel like doing that right now. So, anyways, Ferris needs some P recovery, so we give her an elixir. And once he starts talking, we can actually deal damage to him. There we go. He's also gonna cast Flash initially, but with having Shell, the chance for Flash to hit is halved. So he might only hit like, well, half of our party, really. No, he hit most of them, probably. We can't see the sunglasses that normally indicate that we are Flash, but it's okay. Anyways, he is weak against literally every single element, so Arrow 3 is gonna deal pretty massive damage. So we are just gonna defend Butts and Lena here for potential support. Double check whether we have the Air Lancer equipped. We do. And now we just need to deal 34,000 damage to him in order to advance the plot. Good luck on your X-Def. Thank you. I think I can use it. We are pretty low level, but we also have a substantially powerful selection of jobs. By the way, this is an upgrade job set, which means a slight variation of the standard Job Fiesta rule set, where we upgrade into the whichever job we have or want to go at any point we want to, in order to, well, have the next job available. As you might be able to imagine, we have mastered Time Mage and Blue Mage functionally. Not technically, but close enough. And also, we have used no Geomancy, basically at all. I did learn Jaya, or well, as this game translation calls it, Earth. I did master Earth. But we never really ended up using it. I mean, technically we could use it against the final boss, but because we are forced to be chemists specifically, I'd rather have Blue Mage magic on most characters, and I guess mix on 1 or 2 characters in order to defeat the final enemies. And Frith, thank you! Thank you so much for 5 gift sets, so people. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate it. And welcome everybody. This version of the Battle on the Big Bridge doesn't quite sound as good as other renditions, but you can't deny that the PlayStation version does have its unique flavor of music. There's actually a lot of themes in the game and music pieces in this version that I actually really like and even prefer over the other alternatives. Actually, it's Frith, isn't it? Not Frith. I believe I made that mistake last time already. Anyways, thank you so much. That's my line. Exploder. It is Frith? Oh. Okay, it's Frith then. Thank you for correcting me. My brain was like, oh, it's like Fry, but it's the Frith, you know. Oh, it's the first, second, third. Fifth is the Frith. Which I guess doesn't really make that much sense, huh? That's alright. Alrighty, time to set up for the endgame here. First of all, we're gonna use the cottage to sleep. What I was gonna do originally, and I have to admit I'm not gonna do that anymore. What I was gonna do is I was gonna set up all of the individual parts of Neo XDev, just so I would be able to level 5 doom them. Actually, I guess if we level up, that's gonna be relatively easy anyways. Isn't it? Because Darkshock should have a good chance to land then, if we are level 99 functionally. Maybe I still do that. Let me actually think about this. The physical part is level 81, so one Darkshock is enough for level 5 doom to hit. The Almagus part is 67, 33, 16, 8, 4, doesn't work. What's our fastest way of getting the Almagus part to a level divisible by 5? 77 divided by 2 is what, 38? That's 19. It's 9, that doesn't work either. If we go to 33 plus 10 would be 43. Divide by half, we get to 21. And then divide by half again, we would be at 10. That would make it. You made it up when you were a kid, but you didn't think it through. I mean, that's very fair. I perfectly understand. Then the Grand Cross part is level 83. Divide by half is 41, and then 20. So that's easy. The magic part is level 86. I was just going to nuke the magic part alongside everything else. But considering it has Aero 3, Ice 3, Delta Attack, we don't have a way to protect against petrification. So Delta Attack would be really annoying. It even has Holy, which we can't really do anything against. Good thing I picked up the magic lamp. I was not gonna use it, to be completely honest, but I have since changed my mind. I'm going to use the magic lamp in this battle. Mostly because this version is just too slow. Anyways, we want to set up one character, so they are going to be mostly invulnerable against all the nonsense the Grand Cross part could throw at us. We could also just... No, it's fine. We will survive Grand Cross. I was thinking we could also just do other things against the Grand Cross part, but it's fine. Angel Ring here, Bone Mail here, Lamia's Tiara on you guys. We're changing the abilities afterwards. Plus, I guess I will want to run away from encounters still anyway, so I'm actually get time magic back on trial here. Angel Ring, you get the wing shoes. Let's actually put the Angel Ring on you. So you have immunity against old status and zombie. I assume immunity carryover from the last battle does work in this version, but truth be told, I don't actually know. Alrighty, final cutscene. Then we go back, save, get into one encounter, and then set up for the final battle. So what do I want for the final battle? I was thinking, oh, we want time magic, of course, so we can haste people that don't have innate haste, because we're not gonna have Hermes summons on everybody. But it's just entirely unnecessary. Because we do have the drink from the chemist to give us haste instead, so we don't actually need to have haste from that guy. I guess it would be kind of nice to get regeneration on our characters, but it's also not really all that necessary per se either. Plus, we might just continue using the magic lamp until we get the golem shield, and we will most likely end up just leveling up all of our characters. So one character could have mix, but to what end? I guess we don't have enough hero drinks to drink for everybody to become level 99 if I don't have a mix command. We could also apply this thingy. We can apply blind to the Grand Cross part and physical part, excuse me. So we can have one character with mix and the 3 other characters all blue magic, so we have good damage output, I suppose. Next step is why we don't give 3 wizards and 3 wizard books. Right, I mean that's fair. That seems like a... I mean, you cannot never trust the trees, right? That's just how it is. Get up! Stand up! I also need to go and grab myself a coffee before this battle, because I feel like it's gonna take a while. Let's see, level 86 would be the magic part if I keep it alive. 86 would be 43, 21, 10. I guess it wouldn't be that bad to level 5 do all parts if I want to keep the magic part alive. It's just the delta attack that we don't really have a good way of combating. Plus, I do kind of want the magic lamps golem anyways, so I think regardless of what I do, I will want to use the magic lamp regardless. Alrighty, everybody, we are ready. Ready to go back and save. But before that, I'm gonna take a short break, grab some coffee, maybe a snack, who knows. And then is finally the final boss of this very slow version. We are back. Alrighty, I'm back. You know, I just realized I could technically use wall rings instead of anything else. That would mean I couldn't use Mighty Guard, which would mean I would need to use the Protect drinks to get Protect up, or Chemist mixes. But that's just an idea. Basically, I could circumvent the magic part doing silly things to me if I were to be able to do that. Spell checkers are tasty. Very tasty. Alright, we watch the cutscene, now we go back and save, and then it is time to tell XDev that enough is enough, and the snail's pace run has to end sometime. Alright, we should still get into one encounter, just for the carryover immunities. There it is. Alrighty, so what I'm doing basically is, for whatever reason, the Super Nintendo Game Advance version, and probably this version too, although not entirely sure, whenever you enter a battle with certain immunities, let's say the Angel Ring gives you immunity to being old status, as well as immunity to zombie. For whatever reason, for the next one battle you get into, you still carry over that immunity into the next run, or into the next combat. So this means, right now, Fairy's had the Angel Ring up, so she still has the immunity to getting zombied and everything. And I do plan to take advantage of that. We're gonna give her the Wing Shoes, which gives us immunity to being put to sleep, stopped, paralyzed, and other stuff. And aside from that, not a whole lot else we need to do for now. We're going to give one of our characters Mix. I can give it to Butts. Lena, you're gonna get blue magic as well this time. You get the Winged Shoes, so for extra haste. And you get a hunting knife initially, I guess, for 25% chance of protecting. We do not equip the Bone Mail, but Bone Mail gives us immunity to being zombied, blinded, not zombied, actually it's not immune to zombie. It gives immunity to instant death, blind, berserk, poison, a bunch of useful status effect immunity thanks to this. I'm gonna give you the Elf Cloak in order to resist things, I suppose. Or have a 1 in 3 chance to dodge things. In fact, you know what, actually, I'm gonna give you the Elf Cloak, Cryo, because she already has the immunities to the status effects from the haste boots. And Butts instead now has the immunities too. He also has the immunity from the Lamia's Tiara to being confused. So does Lena. But neither Fairies nor Cryo or Kara currently have that. So I'm actually gonna switch this around. We're gonna give the Gold Hairpin to you and the Lamia's Tiara to you, so only Fairies now can be possibly confused. Alrighty. Then... is that large late? I think that's large late, isn't it? PlayStation motion, huh? Yep, the Vibird indeed. Yes, this is an upgrade run. Okay, just double checking everything real quick. You have Time Magic, that's actually no good because we don't need that. Good thing I checked, because I forgot to change that. A Lancet for you, for later down the road. You should have Blue Magic, you have Mix, and you have Blue Magic too. Alright, we only need one Mixer guy. I guess I could also put the Protect Ring on one character if I wanted to for the extra defenses, but I don't think it's gonna be necessary, to be honest. Anyways, welcome to 3x Death. This guy has 49,001 HP, and initially all he does is either nothing, he casts White Hole, or he will do a physical attack. He hits like a truck with physical attacks, so even though we're in the back row, he's gonna still deal a good chunk of damage to us. But that's phase 1 of, well, this phase anyways. Phase 1 of phase 1, if you will. So, then we're gonna start immediately Giant Strength on pretty much everybody, doubling our maximum HP. Mighty Guard gives us Protect and Shell, effectively making us take half damage from all sources. Fortunately he hit Fairies, but that's okay. Then Kryl here does not have haste innately, so she also needs a speed drink to get hasted. This is why we don't need Time Mage, we have speed drinks that we can use the same effect for. Then Fairies, Giant Strength to double your max HP. We can heal you afterwards, that's fine. Then that's everything here for now for you, so we're gonna immediately start drinking Hero's Drink. These give plus 10 levels to our character, which is absolutely crazy massive on how much more damage and chance to hit spells you get, basically. Then, for you, what we're gonna begin here is we're gonna use Antidote plus Holy Water, which also gives Lena once again plus 10 levels, so she has plus 20 levels right now. For damage calculations, I think the maximum level that applies is 99, at least according to the wiki. However, for chance to hit calculations on spells, it might be higher than that. I actually don't know. Anyways, Giant Strength for Kryl as well. You need to heal yourself up. Then you drink again, that is plus 30 levels, she is now level 35, I think. Plus 10 more, she is now level... I guess we could slow X-Def, so Time Mage wouldn't be entirely useless for what it's worth. Anyways, just making sure everybody stays reasonably healthy. Then you also start drinking Hero's Drinks. So Lena is now going to be plus 60. And we're gonna make her plus 70. So she's level 97 for the purposes of damage calculation now, as well as chance to hit calculations. And those chance to hit calculations are exactly what I'm gonna do here, because I have a plan. So, first of all, Kryl is gonna use just a regular old ether as an item. But not on us, but on the enemy. So right now, X-Def here has 30,000 MP. However, if I use an ether on him, he suddenly only has 9,999 MP remaining due to shenanigans. Anyways, White Ball, very annoying, because actually his chance of landing that on Lena, because she had such a high level, was actually not particularly high. Anyways, we do not have immunity to instant death on most characters. Actually only Fairies, I think, has that. And Petrification, we also don't have immunity to. I do not believe we can actually get immunity to this as a chemist mix either. Anyways, we need to find items in our inventory, excuse me. Phoenix down to revive her. You can? Oh, right, and instant death immunity. We can actually do this, you're right, I forgot. Wait, there is an instant death immunity mix. Which one was it? Revivify and Phoenix Down. It was. Sorry, that took me a while to find it. Alrighty. So actually we can get instant death immunity. For some reason I thought I couldn't. and I needed to rely on the carryover bone meal, but we do not. You're right, thank you for the correction. I just missed that potential mix. Anyways. Phoenix down, plus... What did I say? Revivify, so holy water. Gives us instant death immunity. Life shield. You use a soft. Wake up Reina or Lena. You use White Wind in order to heal Lena. White Wind heals you for the amount of HP the caster has, so it is potentially very powerful. Alrighty, Holy Water plus Phoenix Stone. There's 2 people immune to instant death. That's fine. We're just gonna... Unfortunately, multiple chain strength don't do anything. You're gonna start using hero strengths as well, leveling you up by 10 levels. Lena needs 1 more to be level 105, I think. What level do I want to be at the end? I think on my main casters, which is gonna be Lena and Ferris, I want to be like 150. So this is plus 105 levels with 1 more hero drink. Then we're also gonna use Mighty Guard again. Did I life shield Lena or did I life shield Trial? I don't remember. Oh well, let's life shield Lena. That is plus 20 levels on you. You have 115. 110. Why did I say 15? Oh, she is level 115. Right. Because that's how I calculate or counted it earlier. Anyways. Drinking stuff. You know what? We just drink up all of the hero drinks we have on everybody except for Butts. Butts doesn't get to drink, sorry. He's not old enough to drink yet. Holy Water plus Phoenix Down on Trial because I don't remember if I gave her or not. Alrighty, we should be immune to White Hole now. And we're just gonna drink up everything from these drinks. The extra levels should not disappear on death, I'm pretty sure. But we also need to make sure to not shuffle items around in your inventory, because otherwise I think we lose various buffs and such. Anyways, now... I think we wanna start absorbing everything. So eye drop plus ether. How many ethers do I have? Eye drops, we have plenty. Ethers, we have 11. Yeah, eye drops plus ether gives you absorb fire. So we're gonna give this to everybody. And we're just gonna continue drinking in front of X-Death. We'll just drink however many we have, it's fine. Basically, we're powering up in phase 1 before we ever even touch the guy, because he can't do anything to us right now, aside from weak physical attacks. Eye drop plus ether for you, number 2. Then number 3, because I plan on not using the magic lamp in phase 2. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I figured it would be kind of satisfying to knock out X-Death in a unique way in this kind of strange run. So that's what I'm aiming for. So basically we're just leveling up, mostly for the purposes of chance to hit in the end. But also I prepare for phase 2. Because the magic part will... Well, it's the one part that can actually really damage us. But mostly that's gonna be a problem because of the... Well, delta attack. I think its elemental attacks should be usually fine for us to resist just okay. Is there a way to see your level mid-side? I don't think there is. Unless you use like a ram watch or something like that. Anyways, ether. So we have that done now. Everybody has fire absorb. Now we want ice absorb. Antidote plus phoenix downs. Antidote plus phoenix downs, so we get ice absorb as well. Basically, we are just powering up and he's just watching us drink a lot and not do a whole lot about it because, well, he can't. It's not his phase change yet. Phoenix down. Antidote. 2 people now have fire and ice absorption. Antidote Phoenix down. 3 people now have that. Actually, can the magic part even cast lightning spells? Let's see. Neo-X the one with 60,000 HP. He has Hero 3 Delta attack, so he also has wind attacks, which is gonna be nasty. Ice, fire, bulk, yes, and holy and flare as well. That thing is gonna be nasty to just survive, I guess. Because I believe his holy and flare spells probably deal a ton of damage to us. But hey, all for the price of getting a funky ending. It'll be fine. Alright, we have one more drink. Phoenix down antidote. Everybody has elemental absorptions now. And the last drink goes to Lena here, or Reina. Then, let's see. We can't drink anymore, of course, but what we're gonna do is, for one, we're going to Black Shock this part, so we're gonna more easily hit it in the future, since it has lower level. And now we probably hit it most of the time whenever we use any chance to hit spell. He does still have magic evasion, so we're not gonna guarantee hit, but here we go. We're gonna just start hammering his magic away. This is just in preparation for the future. Alright, everybody has ice absorption. Now let's eye drop and phoenix stones for the next part here. Okay, you're done too. Magic hammer. So basically we're just removing his MP. That way he can't just nuke us with a meteor at the end of phase 1. That is kind of the main objective here. Oh, I did not mean to Black Shock you again. That's alright. Actually, Kryle, you're the one that's gonna cast White Wind here because you have the most HP remaining of the characters. Just heal up everybody easily. Alright, Eye Drop plus Phoenix Down, number 2. Magic Hammer. Running enemies out of MP is one of my favorite things to do in RPGs. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. It's just weirdly satisfying when you can just neutralize anything they can possibly do. And you're guaranteed victories. You could hit them with a dagger that deals 1 damage continuously, and you're still gonna win eventually. Magic Hammer. Power of dividing by 2. He has 309 MP remaining. Now it's 155. By the way, White Hole also costs a ton of MP to cast, so even if we weren't immune to it, I actually was gonna rush to try and... The reason why I tried to get all the levels up to Lena, by the way, was because that was my method of removing White Hole from the equation, because it, for some reason it does cost MP, even though it's not a spell that the player ever could cast. We can still cast it. It still costs MP, so we wouldn't have to deal with it because of it. Alrighty. Yes, 40 MP remaining. I actually have no idea how much MP Meteor costs. But we're just gonna get him down to 10. Because then he shouldn't be able to cast anything particularly bad anymore. I guess he could cast Doom. How much does Blue Mage Doom cost for that purpose? Also, mix. We are largely done with mixing most things. What else could we do? We could continue just leveling up the characters. We could also... Haste, Dark, Cure status. A potion plus high potion apparently applies regeneration. You know, that's actually kind of convenient here. Okay, he has 10 MP remaining. And no more white balls for a year. He got 1 off in this battle. 1 exactly. Alright, now we actually can casually just move him towards phase 3. So I guess we do that. We could continue just mixing and leveling up our characters, but we did 5,000 damage with a single attack here with Trial. I think it'll be fine. Regeneration for you. Let me just check. You have a hunting knife. I could just give you the air lancet. And she should deal the same damage, despite technically not having way more levels than Cryle. Because we started leveling her up much more. She should deal the same damage. Yes, around the same damage. Close enough. And same for you. We equip the air lancet on you, so we deal 50% more damage with this. And start chipping away. So that is air lancet cast number 3. Number 4. Okay, who has... I think Lena has the thing. He's in phase 2 now. This is where he casts either Flare or Holy most of the time in his attack. First round anyways. Alright. I really don't think I will need regeneration. Let me just see. I would like to... Where is it? I saw it earlier just now. I guess I don't remember. It's fine. So what was it? Holy Water plus Antidote to get plus 10 levels. So let's get Fairies up there too. And we're just gonna push into phase 2 proper, I would suggest. Because he can no longer functionally cast any spells, the only damage this guy can do to us is physical damage. And for the most part, we're just gonna be immune against most of everything anyways. Oops, not White Wind on you. Or well, he just can't do anything. Is it die drop? No, it's Antidote. Hero 3. By the way, we could level 2 old the magic casting part, because that's the only part that is level 2 oldable. It's a consideration. White ball, not enough MP. Haha. It's also called white hole in other translations. Anyways, antidote, holy water for you, so your chance to hit should also be really good now. Also, everybody's a little bit low on MP, so we might just take a turn here to recover everybody's MP. Oh, never mind, I guess we don't do that. We're already in phase 2 now. Alright, good luck everyone. So, what was the attack that would allow me to inflict the blind status that was mentioned earlier? It was Dragon Fang and something. Dragon Fang and something it was. I just don't remember what it was. Dragon Fang plus eye drop. I guess that makes sense. Okay, thank you for confirmation. So, welcome to Neo X Death, or I am Neo X Death. Your memories, your beings, all dimensions I erase. Then I'll erase myself forever. Alrighty, welcome to Neo X Death. This thing consists of 4 different parts, and each one of them can do very, very mean and nasty things to you. So if I were to play this normally, what I would do is I would use the 3rd charge of the magic lamp to kill this part here on the far left. This is the magic casting part. It has 60,000 HP, but the 3rd charge of the magic lamp just removes it from the equation. We don't do this time around. Then this is Grand Cross. It is a dragon type for what it's worth, and well, it will cast Grand Cross, which applies one of 18 different random status effects to you. We are immune against a lot of them, but zombie and petrification are still gonna be a problem. It could actually weaken our HP too, because we didn't... I guess I could have gotten immunity to the weak status effect too now, think about it with mixes. Too late now. This is the physical part, 50,000 HP. By the way, this is 55,000. 50,000 HP. It mostly attacks with physical attacks, but it occasionally decides to just cast in Dispel Magic, which is kind of annoying, but now what are you gonna do about it? And he also hits like a truck with physical attacks, but that's where it comes in that he can be blinded, if we get lucky. Actually, it should work anyways. So then this is Almagest. Every 3 or 4 turns it will cast Almagest on your team, dealing about 1,500, 1,600 whole damage to your entire team, and inflict the HP leak status. Halved thanks to Shell, so we should easily survive the attack for what it's worth. Anyways, my plan right now is to just reduce the level on every single part to the point where we can divide it by 5. So this means we need to land 1 Dark Shock on the physical part. Now worth noting, this thing is level 81 and has 75% magic evasion, so at best we have a 25% chance to hit because of the 75% magic evasion. But we just need to land 1 on this, so we're gonna get there sometime. And we're just gonna try. Then we're also gonna go ahead and mix Eye Drop plus Dragon Fang, was it? In order to blind this part. And we're gonna continue trying to Dark Shock it, or Black Shock in this version. Gloom's Eye, this should guaranteed inflict blindness. So 75% of his physical attacks are just gonna straight up miss. There we go, alrighty. Wait, defense down? Did I cast the wrong spell? Did I cast Guard off by accident? I guess we'll see. Anyways, Almagus is level 67. If we divide it by half, it's gonna land at 33. Then I need to give it 10 levels to be at 43. Then divided by 2, 21. Divided by 2 is 10, because it always rounds down. So this is the plan. Land 1 Dark Shock on this part, which we did. Then we wanna give it 10 levels on top of that. At least I hope that's gonna be how it works. I actually don't know if the additional levels stack like normal to the normal value. I just assume it does. Anyways, now we need Holy Water plus Antidote. This is now level 43. By the way, this part only has... well, it has 80% magic evasion, so at maximum 20% of our attacks are gonna land. Okay, you don't have enough MP for another Dark Shock, so we need to start dishing out elixirs to recover our MP here. And yeah, I used Guard off, I'm hitting this, so I need to hit the front part again, which is a shame, because that's about the same chance to hit either way. Oh well, it's okay. Since I'm not planning on attacking, I guess I should equip the Magouche or a hunting knife in this version for the chance to block attacks. Recover MP. See, that's exactly why we equip those things. Dark Shock, this part again, so it should be level 43 right now, right? So we need 2 more. There's 1. That's lucky. Now it should be at level 21. And aside from that, there's not a whole lot else we need to do for now. So I'm actually just gonna keep leveling up. I guess Kryos, she has the least levels for chance to hit with spells. Alright. So this should be level 21. Now, if we Dark Shock it one more time, it should reach level 10 exactly, which is divisible by 5. Nice, we got it. That's lucky. And that's also lucky. Okay. Ultra Gust. Wait, why was that so low damage? Wait, does he recalculate his damage? Does leveling that part down actually reduce the damage? I think it does. Amazing Dark Shock hit luck. It is, yes. Anyways, then we have Grand Cross right here. This is level 83 right now. Divided by 2 should be 41. So we need to hit this one twice. Actually, so I guess level does account for the enemy's chance for damage, for what it's worth. Which I thought enemies didn't recalculate the damage, but it must be just physical damage in that case. I suppose that also explains as to why X-Def just underflows his magic power and deals absolutely ridiculous damage when you ult him. Anyways, Dark Shock. So we'll just need to hit that sometime. Lena's out of MP as well, so just elixir up. And we'll just keep leveling up Trial, because what else am I gonna do with Butts at this point? Alright. Dark Shock. Or Black Shock. Need to be careful to target the correct parts. Dark Shock. Come on. Fire 3. See, this is why we have... Oh. Apparently Lena doesn't have absorb fire. But it also turns out, apparently that doesn't really matter. It doesn't deal enough damage for it to be a concern. Alright. So yeah, this thing has also 75% magic evasion, so at best our chance to hit is 25%. Grand Cross! Alright. Please don't murder me, I would appreciate that. Two frogs. Alright. Sure. But the rest seems to be quite tame, so I take that Grand Cross. That's very nice. No big deal. There we go. So it is level 41 now. Our next chance to hit should be significantly higher after hitting one. Although again, it's at maximum a 25% chance to hit. So that's just gonna be what it is. Alright, then we continue. Antidote. Holy water. Level up trial some more. And one more dark shock in this part. All three, we should absorb it. Gotten reasonably lucky that the magic part hasn't done anything particularly dangerous so far. Well, mostly just dodging delta attack and holding flare, I guess. There we go. This part is now level 20. At least I think it's level 20. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. Also, let me just give regeneration to fairies too, because I can. And now we just dark shock the magic part. So this is level 86. What's 86 divided by 2? 43? 21, 10. This part also notably has the lowest magic evasion, so only 66% chance to dodge my attack. So 1 in 3 chance to hit it, probably. Come on. Almagas Shake coming in. Might as well give yourself regeneration now. He doesn't get as much recovery from it because he's not nearly as high of a level. Oh, he's immune to regeneration from having the bone meal equipped as a preparation, so never mind, he can't do that. And yes, bone meal also gives you immunity to the regeneration status, which is notably not one of the statuses that Grand Cross can inflict for some reason, which is a bit of a shame. And you know, you just defend at this point. Oh, you're out of MP. You know what, we're just gonna wait with you until the Grand Cross part hits, or the Almagest hits. Then we're just gonna heal you right after, or Ultra Gust. You know, Ultra Gust actually kind of sounds like a word that might exist. No, Dispel! And immediately hit Ferris. That is so rude, dude. Well, I mean, she can use some more MP anyway, so it's fine. But we do need to give her Protect again. Anyways, we still need to hit this thing on the far left a bunch more times. Stop! That is so rude. Well, let's re-establish Mighty Guard. Everybody gets Protect and Shell. And Float, I guess, but that's kind of mostly irrelevant. Alright. Still haven't hit the magic part yet. It is level 86, so it is pretty decently high level. Dude, stop. It's on dot, so it's fine. Actually, does this dispel my magic or the fire immunity? Or is flare? Never mind. That's actually really bad, because he happens to be exactly the guy that they can knock out with that. That was a well done combo, not gonna lie. Like, that was as good as it gets for this guy. Well played. Right. Come on, you guys need to hit that thing sometime. I could also try to level 2 old and then just time it, but that would be silly because I have absolutely no frame of reference on how long I would need to wait until using the thing. You just defend this one. Vacuum Wave notably in this encounter also does not inflict the HP leak status. Alright, come on guys, you need to hit, please. I mean, we've gotten really lucky on the other parts hitting them, so I guess a little bit of the other side of the coin is only fair. Are you using... No, it's fine, it's Ferris. Well, let's say it's fine, but, you know, it's just barely about to survive it. Good thing we can just easily heal. Drink. You know what? We have one more protect drink, so I might as well use it. Doesn't give us shell though. Alright, hit please. 86. Still level 86. Still level 86. Still level 86. One day you'll hit, I believe. Oh, there we go. Now it is level 43. Come on guys, 2 more hits, then we're done. You could mix... isn't there like a thing that gives shell as well? Actually, no, it's fine. We just defend. Level 43. Come on, buddy. 1 in 3 chance to hit. We'll hit eventually. We just keep trying. 2 turtle shells mix gives shell and protect. The universe is in peril, which means the next turn he's gonna cast Grand Cross as well. The shaking is indication of Almagust. For Ultra Gust, excuse me. Come on guys. Nice 3. That should heal you. It doesn't. Why not? It's fine, don't worry about it. Antidote and Phoenix Stone was it. Oh, you're out of MP. Well, we have a few more elixirs to work with. I should have actually dished those elixirs with butts now I think about it. Come on guys. Level 43. Ah, nice. Level 21, because it's half rounded down. And you're out of MP as well. And there's Grand Cross. And yes, I leveled up all the way basically that I had regions for in phase 1. Okay, Doom counter. And Froggy. And I don't know whether anything else happened. So just one more. Come on, guys. I believe. Actually, this flash would deal substantially less damage now too, right? Because of the level down? Yeah. Alright. Come on, level 21. There it is. It is now level 10. So, unless I made this mistake, which is very possible by the way. Hope I didn't, but who knows. Unless I made a mistake. All of these parts should now have a level divisible by 5. And this is how you can defeat Neo X-Death. In style. GG. That way you'd never run the risk of only having one part of life that just goes absolute berserk on you. The poor PS1 didn't like that. Yeah, that animation was weirdly long. Okay, we're done. Well, I'm so done with this. It's probably gonna be 2 or 3 years before I forget on how slow this version was and actually do another run of it. GG. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Oh, the slow fade out even here. Okay. Alrighty. I even made a copied image. And I can submit my victory picture. X-Death, victory picture, there we go. GG's! I'm so done with this. I thought I was prepared for a slow PlayStation. It was only 16 hours, by the way. That is slower than a lot of other runs I've done. But it just felt like an eternity, because everything was working so slowly. Even the inputs were slow. But yeah, this team absolutely could, without too much trouble, take down Omega and Shinryu if you prepare for a little bit longer. Maybe get enough HP to survive, or they have enough maximum HP so you can take the counterattacks from Omega, like over 3000 HP total, by doubling your HP from 1600 should easily be enough. Stuff like that would be how you can easily take down Omega without too much chance happening, let's put it this way. Shinryu would just be mostly annoying rather than particularly dangerous, because you can berserk him. We did farm for a power staff to berserk it, so it would only be physically attacking, but we would be spending most turns just healing up our characters and reviving them over and over again, and occasionally just getting an attack in here and there. So that would just be kind of a slow battle. And I think I had my share of slow battles for this run. This was my slow run. This was also my Job Fiesta number 5. Run number 0 we did was the opening race for the Job Fiesta, which you can watch over on RPG Limit Break. I was one of the runners there. Then run number 1 was on the good old Super Nintendo version. Run number 2 was Game Boy Advance. Run number 3 we did on the Pixel Remaster. Run number 4 was on the old mobile/Steam version. And run number 5 here on the PlayStation version. So I have done one run on every version that is officially available for this game at this point. Do you have an expectation of the number of runs you'll perform, or is it just until you're tired of Job Fiesta / the summer ends? I will definitely not go for as many as Magus, I can promise you that. I might do like 1 or 2 more, but I also feel like playing something else sometime would be in order for me. Because I also do want to tackle the solo freelancer challenge sometime, because I did promise I would do this year. So I don't want to tire myself out of Final Fantasy 5 by just doing too many Job Fiesta runs. I think one more for Job Fiesta run as a bit of a palate cleanser from this one is in order. That might be the last one for this year for me though. Let's say one more. Maybe two if I feel like it, but probably one more. Aside from that, I will also want to tackle the Seer challenge, my goodness. Seer is a YouTuber that, let's put it this way, he has a bit of a potty mouth, well that's putting it lightly. He's very vulgar, but his challenge runs are genuinely very fascinating and interesting to watch. And he did do a Final Fantasy V challenge run where he was not allowed to spend any money, he was not allowed to open the menu at all, so he could never change jobs or save the game or change equipment or anything like that, and he had to beat the entire game with it. Now he did use speed up on the thing, and I'm actually kind of curious on how difficult that would be, because I was gonna add one additional rule or challenge rule for the Seer challenge, where I'm also not going to be allowing myself to take any free heals, because he was heavily relying in his run on the free heals from the pots and other locations where you can just get fully healed. But I think you can do the run without that. So sometime I wanna tackle that challenge too. Easy, just buy 4 freelancers at a job fair and call it a Job Fiesta run. I guess that's technically an option. That reminds me. When I actually did the job fairing for not wanting yet another one of the jobs I already had in one of the previous runs, I have to admit I don't remember which one. I actually couldn't log into my PayPal at the time because my phone's SIM card was outdated. So I didn't receive the 2-factor authentication SMS. I was a bit worried some other stuff was wrong, but no, it was just my phone was outdated basically. But I still actually need to do the charity donation for that one. So I'll probably do this right after the stream here. Make the YouTube video. Can you complete the Seer challenge but harder? Start the unnecessary beef. I should make a video out of it, shouldn't I? The thing is, let's be real. Even if I add an additional challenge rule to the Seer challenge, like not using the free heals, in reality, it's actually gonna be easier for me than it was for Seer, because he had like cursory knowledge on how Final Fantasy V worked, but I'm extremely familiar with the game. Like even if I don't look up anything or don't plan ahead, chances are high I would be able to just do this so much more easily than he ever could. Like he didn't even know that you need to knock out the last 2 parts of the Neo XDev battle with, well, more or less at the same time, rather than just leaving only one part alive, stuff like that. And he just over-leveled like crazy in order to be able to survive through the run, which, sure, he used speed up, but the amount of time he must have invested just for the grinding part of it is absolutely mind-boggling. I do plan on getting through the challenge also a fair bit lower level, but I have no idea whether that's actually reasonable. It's just, we'll see. Plus, he explicitly stated that he could look up stuff and try and plan ahead, but that wouldn't be the way he normally does things, and I fully respect that. For me, it's going to be one of these things where I enjoy planning ahead and routing and figuring out little trickeries and things we can do to optimize. Like, that's part of what I personally enjoy about it. So we'll absolutely do that. The CS challenge was more punishing than difficult in your opinion, though plenty difficult. Yes. I agree. I mean, if you could argue, punishing is a form of difficulty too, right? Like, it's absolutely crazy on how much time he needed to invest in order to conquer that challenge. if he knew more about the game, he could have done it much more easily, but that's why I'm saying, I think in the end, the challenge is gonna be still easier for me than it was for him to complete, because of pre-existing knowledge and my propensity to enjoy the planning part of things. Yet, I will say, I'm still very intrigued by the challenge rule set, since it's not the kind of run I have done before, so it's just fun to experience that too, I feel. The Delicious has you pinned as some kind of mate recently. Sometimes that happens. Mages are pretty fun. Many of Seer's other challenge runs seem to be designed to maximize punishment rather than difficulty. Yes, I agree. Again, I do not care for the vulgarity, like, that's part of this channel's appeal, I would argue, for a lot of people, where he has a way with words, and I would be lying if it doesn't get me to chuckle once in a while, because he's also very elegant with how vulgar he is. It's actually kind of a fascinating mix of the two. Like, he is... what's the word of it in English? He's actually very well spoken. Like, he has a way with words that are just quite fascinating, if you will. Yet, again, I don't care for the vulgarity jokes, it just doesn't resonate with me, but I absolutely respect the kind of challenges he does, which is why I watch him. He's vulgar for effect, for emphasis, exactly. I don't care for it, but again, not everybody's cup of tea it has to be, and that's okay. He's an incredibly creative and talented writer. He's verbose and very willing to use his vocabulary in a vulgar way. Yes. Like, again, the way he has with words is just fascinating. It's kind of just fun to listen to him. He's quite the wordsmith. Yes, I suppose. Like, the way he includes just alliteration and occasional rhyming just seamlessly in whatever he is saying and trying to portray. It's pretty good. Kind of the polar opposite, I guess, of me, but in every aspect, really. I'm not good with words, I'm not good at talking, at all. And I prefer to keep stuff family friendly. It's just easier in my brain when I don't have to worry about the other stuff. The way I like to... By the way, in case anybody has ever wondered, why am I worried about keeping my channel family friendly? It's kind of like, you know how when you drive a car, you set the blinker in order to let other people know that you're going to take a turn and stuff. There are some people in this world that look around to check whether there are other people around that could see them blinking, and if there's nobody around, they don't set the blinker and just turn anyways. To me, just kind of keeping the channel family friendly is more in the way of, I just set the blinker, I don't care if there's necessarily people around. If I don't see them, but they see me, I still set the blinker, so I don't have to worry about not informing people that I want to make a turn for one reason or another. It's just easier on the mind to just always set the blinker. There's no reason not to. It's just automatic. But yeah, the same way, if I just keep my language simple and family friendly, then people don't have to worry about watching, I don't know, maybe if the kids, or just leaving me on in the background or something like that. And you know, background is kind of what I tend to go for anyways. You wish you had my philosophy, you're such a potty mouth. Like, it's not that I never swear, right? Especially like, well, I say especially. Like, even in real life, I don't tend to swear much. It happens occasionally, it's just part of the standard language, you know? And if you grow up in different locations, different places, then your vocabulary is not naturally going to lean one way or another. It's just for me, it's always been easy to just not swear, because I'd never feel the need to for the most part. But again, if you're just used to it because it's your everyday language, that is really difficult for some people to just, you know, shake off for certain interactions. And I respect that, which is also why I'm saying, if something slips out in the chat once in a while, don't worry about it, it's fine. Just, I appreciate the efforts. We have a kid in the house now and can safely put you on the TV. That's nice. The people you can't see and aren't aware of are the people who most need to see the blinker. Yes, exactly, Prof. Tess. Alrighty. Final Fantasy V, the PlayStation version, and I will personally argue that I actually like the old Steam mobile version substantially more than this one. It's just nicer to play, and it does have a very nice aspect in all the sprites work they've done and redrawn. It looks generally really good. Like, even the awkward standing characters, it's more of a direction issue rather than an art issue, I would argue, in most cases. Maybe except for the characters just almost falling over forwards in that version. But especially the enemy sprites are just really pretty. This version here, it does actually have one nice aspect to it, and I will argue for that. The music and the renditions of this music, they're just ever so slightly different from the Super Nintendo variant, and they just have their own feel to them, I will say. Some pieces I'll actually like or prefer on the PlayStation version here, others I prefer in other versions. But I do feel like technically every version of Final Fantasy V has their own merit, and there's a decent chance for one person or another the PlayStation version might have been their first and only way to play this game for a long time, because, well, it was the first time it was released in the US and Europe, officially anyways. But if I were to recommend a version to play, it's either the Pixel Remaster for ease of accessibility, or the Game Boy Advance version for having all of the good mechanics, I will say, as well as quality of life features that the Super Nintendo version is kind of lacking, let's put it this way. So I personally think the Game Boy Advance version to me is the definitive version of this game. But the Pixel Remaster version is great for people that don't have access to that. And you know, you can always mod it to include the old A to B if you prefer that like me. Anyways, I've been blabbering on for a while. I'm just gonna let the credits play out, and then I'm gonna be done here. So, I'll just say already, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care, and have a good night. Bye bye. Oh, also let's briefly see who might be playing Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta right now as well. I see one person, but I've raided him like twice. Let's see if there's somebody else too. Okay, I just mostly see one character that I'm familiar with, who just went live too. So at the end, if you'd like to watch more Final Fantasy IV Job Fiesta, you can just follow the raid. I will try to time it so it will go with the end. But if you already want to hop over there, c:// is playing Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta. And I wish you good night. Bye bye.